Good morning and welcome to the Bolton Arena, where we are delighted to start Season 4 of the Premier Pickleball League. I'm pleased to be joined by Tournament Director Louis Laville. Welcome. Morning, Louis.
Morning. Really excited to start Season 4, as you say, of the Premier Pickleball League, powered by the Pickleball Store this year. As you can see on the camera shot right now, we've got a lot of players in Challenger who are shortly about to start. This year the level is going to be as strong as ever across all three divisions, and you know what, just really excited for it.
It's been an awesome morning already. The quality of the play on the warm-up courts before we even got started was outstanding. Who are you particularly excited to watch today?
I can't show any bias towards anyone, but we've got 72 players stood on the court right now, and they're all about to compete shortly, and followed by another 50 or so Masters players starting in about an hour or so. So it's going to be a very full action-packed day here at the glorious Bolton Arena.
And we will be opening with a challenger match between Club de Pickle and Manageasy. The 6 players competing for Club de Pickle will be Johnny Adams, Trudy Sulyman, Maisie Wise, Kim McLaren, Louis Marcano. Manageasy will have Rob Adams, Nick Mays, Luke Whitfield, Dia Kotecha and Georgie Girt. I think there might be a late substitute player in for one of those teams, and we will update that as it happens. The fixture will open with a blended singles match format, which is an awesome addition, new this season for Challenger and Masters division, in which the 2 team captains will flip a coin, and the winner of the toss will decide whether we open with men's singles or women's singles. The first game of the best of 3 will be competed by either the men or the women. The second match of the 3 will be competed by the other gender, and the third deciding match, if we get there, the 2 pairs will switch. The men, if the men start the third game, they will leave the court when one team gets to 8 at the change of ends, and then the other gender will replace them and finish the match. What an awesome format to be adding this year, Louis.
Yeah, no, the team felt that across having 2 singles matches and only 2 mixed matches last year, there were a lot of maybe not matches that weren't as competitive as they should be. And so, a lot of people, especially in England, like prioritising doubles. And so we wanted to add an extra doubles game in there, and that meant, having a little quirky singles format. And I think it's going to make it very exciting because it adds that element of when you win the toss, you send your really strong person out first, or your maybe weaker person out first, and bank on a comeback in the third set. So no one knows how this is going to work. People have tried it in practice, but until it's actually out in the real live game, we're not going to know what's happening.
And I'm particularly excited to see how this one pans out as well. On court, we have Georgie Girt at the near end of the top left corner of your screen, which is the centerline camera view. At the bottom of your screen is Georgie Girt, knocking up with Trudy Sulyman at the top end of your screen. And they will be competing in the women's singles part of this blended singles opener. I think in this, how will it pan out in blended singles, I am of an opinion that you would put your, if you win the toss, you would want to finish the third with your stronger advantage. If you have a stronger men, you'd want to open with the women.
Yes, I mean, I was discussing this with a couple of the guys, and in normal side-out scoring, potentially that is probably the strong thing to do. But if you've got a potentially weaker singles player and your stronger player second, and you go into the third set, let's say 8-1 down, it's a lot of comeback when there's no freeze or anything. So it's definitely a bit of skullduggery and a bit of tactical element to it at all. But all I know is the Manageasy Mavericks, Georgia starting, they're going to be a loud team.
I will certainly be referencing your wisdom if we take the turn in the third at 8-1, for sure.
Sounds good. Right, I've got to shoot off and do some more administration. I will be back here shortly.
Thanks for joining us. We will carry on with the action on court through the morning once the warm-up between Georgie Girt and Trudy Sulyman comes to a close, and the first match of this Season 4 of the Premier Pickleball League, powered by the Pickleball Store, gets underway. We've just had it confirmed from Georgie Girt that it will be the ladies playing the first singles match, then the men's singles will play the second game in this opening match. And then the ladies will open a third match if we get there. And there'll be a change of personnel when the first team gets to 8 at the change of ends. And the men will take to the court to finish the fixture off. Really hoping this one goes to an exciting third. And we see the personnel from both Club to Pickle on the right of your screen in the darker blue, and Manageasy Mavericks in the green shirts on the left of your screen, meeting around referee Eva Prodzik, who is an experienced referee, one of the top referees we've got in the UK, excellent officiator of pickleball matches, who will oversee all of the games today on this main court. Players just receiving their pre-match briefing. On the left of your screen, nearest the camera, Rob Adams with his back to us and going clockwise around the players. We then have Georgie Girt with the ponytail and eye protection on. Then Luke Whitfield standing third from bottom in the green. Nick Mays just to the north of referee Eva Prodzik. Arriving to Nick's left on our right is now Kotecha. And then the other side of the net, at the top of your screen with his elbow just above the net cord, Johnny Adams. And then Kim McLaren, followed by Club to Pickle's manager, James Lofthouse. Under him in the hat, Hanan Uller. James playing a coaching role, Hanan managing the team. And then below that is Luis Marcano, standing next to Trudy Sulyman, deep in conversation, presumably not talking tactics too much, so close to the opposition. And now on this wider angle shot, you can see a huge amount of high quality pickleball starting to get underway around the room on these 11 pickleball courts here at the Bolton Arena. A really exciting day to be involved in, and hopefully a thoroughly exciting viewing experience to boot. last couple of minutes of warming up between Trudy Sulyman and Georgie Girt here before we open season 4 of the Premier Pickleball League with what promises to be a very exciting singles matchup. Both Trudy and Georgie played in season 2 of the Premier Pickleball League, so we'll be familiar with the dynamic. Although this blended singles format obviously new and shiny to everyone involved. Georgie Girt to serve and open us up here for the first point in this challenger match. A great deep return from Trudy Sulyman puts Georgie Girt under pressure early there. First point finishes with a side out. Deep shots close to the baseline from Trudy Sulyman again, but that last shot just going wide of the sideline. A good short return down the sideline from Georgie Girt, wins the serve back and ties us up at 2-2. A lovely sideline drilled ball there from Georgie Girt, just inside the sideline. Applauded by Trudy Sulyman appropriately. Trudy Sulyman saw that one coming. Same shot again, but just so close to the edge of the court. On the reach, that one goes into the net for Trudy Sulyman. And Georgie Girt takes a 4-2 lead in this first match. Lovely deep serve, bounced 3 or 4 inches inside the baseline there. Difficult to deal with that. Another of Georgie Girt's shots lands inches from one of the lines. Trudy Sulyman replying in kind with a deep return, only just inside the baseline there. Wins the serve at 3-6. That one just hit on the reach a little bit. A touch later in the swing. Higher trajectory outside the back. Using the sidelines again there, Georgie Girt. Clearly a strategy as we open up this first few points. And that one from Trudy just clipped the very tip of Georgie Girt's paddle on the way over. Georgie applauds the shot. Precision pickleball from these two competitors. It's excellent to watch. But when you're trying to cut the margins so fine, the occasional errant shot is going to be outside the court. And a timeout has been taken by Club de Pickle, called by team coach James Lofthouse, who's now chatting to Trudy Sulyman at the back of the court. Referee Ava Prodzik takes her place in the middle of the court, as referees do during timeouts. Trudy Sulyman receiving some coaching from James Lofthouse. And Georgie Girt receiving some words of encouragement from her Manageasy Mavericks sideline. Rob Adams leading the coaching there. Great shot down that left-hand sideline from Trudy Sulyman. Really good court position from Georgie Girt, the other side of the net, but there's not much you can do when the shot's that good. That one just coming off of the face of Trudy Sulyman's paddle, a touch lower than centre. That one was called out by Georgie Girt. Brings us to 12-5. Excellent deep shots from both players there. Really making it difficult for either of them to approach the net as they would seek to do. What a cross-court ball hit by Trudy Sulyman there. Georgie Girt had taken excellent position up at the net. Really well played. Both players using the width of the court to run their opponents around. Trudy Sulyman had sent Georgie Girt across the court and back twice over, but Georgie put that last one just so close to the sideline, pretty much on the kitchen line and on the reach. Trudy Sulyman just couldn't quite get that one back. 13-9. Really using the space of the court there, Trudy Sulyman, playing the ball into the open space, making her opponent run as far as possible. What a point of pickleball. Both players not expecting to have to hit an extra shot 3 or 4 more times over there. Finished with a really calm volley at the end of a long rally from Georgie Girt. At 14-10, Manageasy Mavericks have taken a timeout called by Georgie Girt at the end of that rally. Possibly just making sure that blowing hard after such a long rally doesn't affect the shots, as Georgie will serve for the opening game of this match. James Lofthouse just nipped in to offer Trudy Sulyman some words of encouragement. Both players now taking their places before the end of the timeout, eager to carry on playing. And the first game of this Challenger Division match between Club de Pickle and Manageasy Mavericks goes to the Mavericks. Georgie Girt defeating Trudy Sulyman in a really high quality game of ladies singles. That will be followed up by the corresponding men in this blended singles match, which will feature Luis Marcano and Rob Adams. Luis just on the left of your screen, now in the centre, standing at the net in the blue shirt, joined by Rod Adams with his back to us. Both players receiving a pre-game briefing and determining who will serve to open the match. Luis Marcano, moving off to the right, will serve to open this match, serving to Rob Adams of the Manageasy Mavericks. Rob just backing off, ready to receive the serve. Both players look ready. Luis Marcano to serve to start game 2. And opens with a cheeky net cord down the line. The net not being so kind to Luis Marcano on that second point. That one falls short, tying us up at 1-1. Serve just out the back, past the baseline before it bounced. Rob Adams putting that first serve firmly behind him with an excellent couple of shots, returning deep, reaching the net and firing a calm, controlled smash to the other side of the court afterwards, opening up a 3-2 lead here. Marcano just putting a bit too much cut on that shot at the net there. Marcano approaching the net first there, putting a bit of pressure on Rob Adams. Adams straight in towards the net after that return. Adams' strategy of trying to get to the net after that third shot went deep, up at the net again, but just couldn't finish it off. Volley at the kitchen line into the net. Again, Rob Adams taking great court position, reaching the kitchen line before his opponent's even striking the ball, but just not able to put it away afterwards. Adams into the net first after some baseline exchanges as well. Giving himself a word about volleying. Adams tying up the net cord count there as well, and an excellent down the line finish. Unfortunately, that net cord did Rob Adams no favours, carrying the ball just outside the sideline there. A timeout called here at 8-6 in favour of Luis Marcano. Luis having a chat with coach James Lofthouse on his sideline, while Rob Adams receiving words of encouragement from Georgie Girt and Kotecha on his sideline. Very exciting beat as Rob Adams makes his way back to receive the serve, facing a 2-point deficit in this second game of this blended singles match. And an excellent shot from Luis Marcano all the way down the sideline. Rob Adams still settling his feet towards the middle of the court. And a good leave there, and the ball bouncing 2 feet past the baseline. Adams having no doubt that that was one to be left. And Adams, I suspect, will want that one back. That's normally bread and butter for him. But that non-volley zone line volley just cut too much and drifting out of the back of the court. But Adams first to the net in that point again, putting Luis Marcano under some pressure. Luis gave a lot to that drive, but it just didn't get high enough to get over the net board. And Rob Adams called for a foot fault, clearly shown on the replay as a correct call, giving that point to Luis Marcano, bringing us to 11-8. Potentially the kitchen line under his toes, on his mind there, as that volley, which Rob Adams normally capable of putting away with his eyes shut, just drifts into the net. And that sideline shot from Luis Marcano called out by Rob Adams. And Rob Adams trying to put the ball back behind Luis Marcano as he makes his way towards the middle of the court. And just in the back left of our screen, there was a bit of warming up being done by Trudy Sulyman, who clearly feels this is going to go to a third. James Lofthouse and Trudy Sulyman having a warm-up just outside the barriers of the court. Marcano sees that one land just inside, quickly called in with the palm down hand of Rob Adams. Brings us to 49 and game point. Rob Adams peppering that forehand side of Luis Marcano. Every time Marcano set off to cover the rest of the court, Rob Adams put it back behind him. Net cord pulled the ball in short. Marcano on the reach, got there, but it's so difficult to control the ball in that situation. And Rob Adams pushed the ball quickly down that same forehand side past Marcano to take the serve and keep the game going at 10-14. But with rally scoring, it's still game point. Deficit closes from 4-3 with that one in the net from Marcano. And those cross-court volleys from Luis Marcano, just too much to deal with. Quick handshake at the net at the end of that game. Luis Marcano winning it 15-11 and tying the overall match of blended singles in this first fixture at 1-1, which means we will go to an exciting third, and at the first time of asking, we will get the full demonstration of the new blended singles. Trudy Sulyman and Georgie Girt will take to the court for the first half, and when one of the players reaches 8, at the change of ends, there will be a change of personnel and the men will come back on. And we're about to start the third and deciding game in this best of 3 match. Georgie Girt winning the first game against Trudy Sulyman, and then Luis Marcano, Trudy Sulyman's teammate, winning the second game against Rob Adams. And now we face this third deciding game where the women will play until the first team reaches 8, and then the men will take over. This is blended singles. Great deep shots from Trudy Sulyman there. That last one, difficult to reach, came right off the end of the paddle. Just didn't give it the power to get it over the net. Not sure if the mics picked that one up, but there was an audible ooh from Trudy Sulyman as the wide ball from Georgie Girt was expected to go out, but bounced right on the line to keep the rally going. But Georgie Girt pushing that one just a touch too far wide, handing the serve back to Trudy Sulyman, who will serve at 2-3. And a return out the back of the court brings the scores level, 3-all. An audible exclamation of frustration as that baseline shot doesn't clear the net from Georgie Girt. 4-3 to Trudy Sulyman. And Trudy Sulyman clearly picking alternate corners and running Georgie Girt across her baseline. That previous shot from Georgie Girt just called out by Trudy Sulyman. Trudy making sure the ref has noticed the out call, taking her lead to 3 points, 6-3 up. Club de Pickle ahead of Manageasy Mavericks.
You have 6. You have 3. 6-3.
And the drop shot was there. You could see Georgie Girt what she was going to go for. So frustrating when those fall short and you feel like you've got a large area of court to aim for.
7-3.
That brings us to the change of ends and change of personnel. Manageasy Mavericks Georgie Girt will leave the court, replaced by teammate Rob Adams, and Club de Pickle player Trudy Sulyman will leave the court to be replaced by teammate Luis Marcano. Luis will serve 8-3 up in a race to 15. It is win by 2, so if Rob Adams makes a run and brings it to 14 each, it will require further points. Rob Adams hitting a great deep shot to allow him to approach the non-volley zone line, taking great court position, but Luis Marcano with just such a great passing shot. Amazing cross-court shot there from Luis Marcano. Adams had good position up at the non-volley zone, but that ball has bounced short and wide whilst travelling fast. Great to see. That one bouncing 6 inches past the baseline. Luis Marcano yielding the serve and a point, 4-11. Huge amounts of topspin on that shot from Luis Marcano. Saw Rob Adams initially think it was on such a high trajectory that it needed leaving, but the topspin brought it down well inside the baseline, much to Rob Adams' frustration. And after having a word with himself and a little bit of self-coaching, Rob Adams taking a commanding position up at the front of the court towards the net, and an overhead smash finishing it off. Luis Marcano just can't quite get that back over the net. With Luis Marcano still quite wide after the previous shot, Adams putting it back across to the other side of the court to reduce the deficit to 7 points at 6-13. But that cut backhand has floated out past the sideline. 14-6 and game point seal the first match of this fixture. Good cut, drop, bounces just inside the sideline from Rob Adams there. 7-14, game point. And what calmness under pressure. Facing game point, Rob Adams cuts a smash soft because Luis Marcano was deep and clips the neck cord on its way over. Marcano still reaching it, but sending the shot out the back of the court. 8-14. Marcano calling that one out, and the Manageasy Mavericks couldn't quite get it done. Club to Pickle taking this first blended singles match of this opening PPL Season 4 fixture in the Challenger Division. A really excellent display of singles from both the female competitors and the male competitors. Great shots played from both sides. And up next, we will have the men's doubles. The men's doubles fixture up next will feature Rob Adams and Luis Marcano for the Manageasy Mavericks. Nick Mays and Luke Whitfield are on the court warming up. So we'll just get confirmation of whether names on a piece of paper or players standing on the court are the correct combination. Mays and Whitfield representing the Manageasy Mavericks, where Adams and Marcano will be playing. It's Johnny Adams and Luis Marcano of the Club to Pickle side that will be playing them. So Johnny Adams just taking to the court in the blue, top left of your screen. Luke Whitfield in the green shirt of the Manageasy Mavericks, top right of your screen. Diagonally dinking with his partner, bottom left of your screen, is Nick Mays, also of the Manageasy Mavericks, playing in green. Bottom right of your screen is team manager Hanan Ulla in a green cap. We don't think he'll be taking to the court though, and just stepping over the boards and entering the court is Luis Marcano. Fresh from that blended singles victory over Rob Adams moments ago. You can see him chewing on a bit of nutrition to keep himself going with back-to-back games.
remaining.
1 minute left of warm-up time, just called by referee Ava Prodzik. Top left of your screen, Luke Whitfield at the baseline, just in front of the signage displaying all of the teams and sponsors. Bottom left of your screen, Nick Mays up at the non-volley zone. Top right of your screen, still appears to be team coach Hanan Uller warming up player Johnny Adams, while Luis Marcano is stood at the court barriers having a chat with coach James Lofthouse. And the referee quickly establishing with the players ground rules for the match and who will serve first. Johnny Adams and Luis Marcano look fairly relaxed, winging their paddles with a loose grip.
Game 1.
Referee Ava calling game 1. Hoping to passively suggest the players should take their positions at the baseline at their relevant end.
Time in.
Now slightly more assertively calling time in so the players will take their positions. Luke Whitfield will open the serving
0-0.
from the top left of our screens. First ball hit of the season, maybe a touch of nerves at the very start. Luis Marcano will serve from the left 1-0 up in this rally scoring format. And Whitfield quickly putting that first serve behind him, catching a net cord on a speed up, and then a smart leave, and the ball sailing out the back of the court to bring the score to 1-1. Nick Mays serving. That ball briefly threatening to roll over and land the other side, but falling short for 2-1 to the Manageasy Mavericks. Nick Mays quickly on that ball, high enough for a speed up, and then the second one high enough for a smash. No mercy shown. 3-1. That dink from Luis Marcano, potentially a touch higher. The previous point having similar. Possibly a transition from playing singles just moments ago. Couple of points of adjustment. Two excellent rolling backhand cross-court dinks from Luis Marcano in the middle of that point. Singles rust removed. That run of points for the Manageasy Mavericks now ended, with Club to Pickle picking up their second point at 2-5. That one a touch high from Luke Whitfield, and Johnny Adams was on it like a flash.
3-5.
A smart leave from Nick Mays.
6-3.
the white tape right at the top of the net, costing Nick Mays there with that third shot.
4-6.
The points starting to speed up, a little bit more agility and quick hands and feet from players on both sides of the net in that one. And a disguised one from Lewis Marcano, just catching Luke Whitfield out there. Celebrations from the Club to Pickle pair as they tie the score up after being 4 points behind. No one's fetching that. Smash from Nick Mays, cutting the geometry as finely as possible. Just missed the net and just landed inside the sideline, inside the kitchen zone. Backhand cross-court dink battle there, won by Lewis Marcano. Just putting the ball towards the middle of Nick Mays rather than the obvious backhand choice.
7-7.
And that cut backhand third shot drop from Johnny Adams, just catching the top of the net and falling short there. 8-7 to Manageasy Mavericks. After dropping 2 points there, quick response from Club to Pickle. Johnny Adams serving at 8-9. Outrageous net cord from Luke Whitfield there. As big a differential between pre-net cord speed and post-net cord speed as I've seen all year. Oh, confusion between the Club to Pickle pair, Johnny Adams and Luis Marcano, both initially going for it, then both leaving it for each other as the ball passed between them in that really narrow zone of uncertainty. As the season progresses, you'd expect moments like that to become fewer and farther between, but in an opening fixture playing together on the first day of the season, but moments like that can happen. Now we are watching the Manageasy Mavericks being coached from Rob and the Club to Pickle pair being coached by James Lofthouse. All four players ready before the end of the timeout. A 5-point lead established for the Manageasy Mavericks. But strong shots from Johnny Adams and Luis Marcano Force the error from Nick Mays, bringing the deficit back down to 4. 9-13, Luis Marcano to serve. And the slower, shorter serve from Marcano, catching Nick Mays out a little there. And dominant overhead smashing from Nick Mays, but superlative defence from Johnny Adams and Luis Marcano, fetching smash after smash. Nick Mays played the angle and pushed Marcano wide, but then that last one just was not retrievable at Marcano's feet. Whichever way the ball falls after landing on the top of the net cord like that, one team is going to feel harshly dealt. In this case, it favours Club to Pickle. And that game point for the Manageasy Mavericks, finished off by Nick Mays. The teams will take a minute off between this first and second game. Changing ends for the second game. That one won 15-11 by Nick Mays and Luke Whitfield of the Manageasy Mavericks. Johnny Adams and Luis Marcano of Club to Pickle will try and overcome a one-game deficit in this best-of-3 men's doubles in this first fixture of the Challenger Division of Season 4 of the Premier Pickleball League, powered by the Pickleball Store. And in the background of our shot now, we can see all of the players of the Masters division receiving their pre-day briefing from tournament director Louis Leville. Players gathered before they will play their opening morning fixtures across 4 of the courts where of the 8 Masters teams, 2 will play each other on 4 of the courts, and we are lucky enough to have some Masters action later today. Starting just after lunchtime, we'll have the last 2 mixed matches from the first round of Masters fixtures, and then a full Masters fixture after that this afternoon. But back to the action here in this Challenger Division match between Club to Pickle and Manageasy Mavericks. Game 2 starting now. A little bit of shenanigans from Nick Mays, pretending he was going to go for that ball, not landing inside the court barriers from Johnny Adams. Luke Whitfield initially backing away, intending to let it bounce, but deciding to take it on a late volley. But the ball just on the corner of the paddle, not going over the net. Luis Marcano serving at 1-1. Superb speed up and reset, and speed up again in that rally. In the end, going in favour of the Manageasy Mavericks. And after some great dinking, slow and fast at the net, Nick Mays' effort to go between the two players out the back of the court. Cut forehand from Luke Whitfield, just not getting the momentum to travel over the net there. Club to Pickle serving up 4-2. Marcano cutting that over the shoulder backhand shot, so it fell significantly shorter than Luke Whitfield was expecting it to. Difficult to reach. Luke did get there, but just wasn't enough on it to get it over the net. An excellent rally. All four players up at the non-volley zone. Slow dinking cross court for a good long while before the rally sped up. But Manageasy Mavericks coming out on top of that one. And we're now tied with both teams on 5 points in this second game. Luis Marcano cutting the margins very fine there, clipping the net cord with the return and then sending a very fast cross-court shot. 6-5 up for the club to Pickle. Celebratory dance shuffle from Nick Mays after pinning Johnny Adams' sideline there to bring the scores back level. Great patience from all four players at that rally, everybody knowing that anything slightly too high is going to be attacked immediately. 7-6. Adams catching the net cord with that approach shot there, bringing both the club to Pickle players up to the non-volley zone on the offensive. Following shot out from Manageasy Mavericks player Luke Whitfield, 8-6. A 3-point lead for the club to Pickle pair maybe means you start to speculate internally. Is it in the players' heads that they may be taking this game to a third? Luke Whitfield puts that one in the net, and the Manageasy Mavericks sideline quickly calls a timeout. Rob Adams moving over to have a chat with Luke Whitfield and Nick Mays. Meanwhile, on the club to Pickle sideline, Johnny Adams and Luis Marcano receiving enthusiastic coaching from their coach, James Lofthouse. What a treat to have such strong coaching from off the side of the court if you're one of these players on court. The game will be being analysed and advice will be being imparted. At 10-6 in the second game to the Adams and Marcano pair, who lost the first game 11-15. It might mean one might speculate that this could well go to an exciting third game in this best of 3. We see on the left of our screens the Manageasy Mavericks huddle, and on the right of our screens the Club to Pickle huddle, both just starting to break up as referee Eva Prodzik has taken her place at the side of the court, indicating the end of the timeout. Calling time in left of your screen to start us off at 10-6, which quickly becomes 7-10. Really deep serve from Nick Mays to start that point, but Luis Marcano sending a fast return back, and the 4-point lead is restored. Words of encouragement from the side of the court from Rob Adams and Georgie Girt for Luke Whitfield's play in that last point there. Excellent fast hands there from the Manageasy Mavericks players. And that one just too high from Nick Mays, reaching out wide after a well-placed dink from Luis Marcano. Ball too high. Luke Whitfield stepped across to try and cover some of the court, and Marcano smartly placing the ball behind Whitfield's right shoulder. Excellent speed up. A return from Luis Marcano speed up. Luke Whitfield sending the ball just as fast straight back at him to take the serve, and at 10-13. Postage stamp moment for Luke Whitfield, taking the corner left by Luis Marcano, bounces just inside the sideline, maybe a foot shy of the baseline. Excellent play here from both sides. Just not enough on that one from Nick Mays. 14-11 and game point for the second game to take us to a third decider in this men's doubles match. And Luis Marcano secures the point and the second game with a fast flick backhand shot. Players tapping paddles at the end of that second game before preparing strategies with their sidelines for a deciding third. Deep conversation between Luke Whitfield and Rob Adams on the left side of that green-shirted huddle of Manageasy Mavericks players. Oh. And due to the change of ends, Johnny Adams and Luis Marcano have just passed them on the left of the Manageasy pair. Rob Adams stepping outside of the court. Nick Mays has made his way up to the other end of the court, but is waiting to be joined by Luke Whitfield. Whitfield just gathering his towel, water bottle and paddle. The club to Pickle players ready and waiting on the left side of the court. The Manageasy Mavericks players starting to get ready for this deciding third game. As called by referee Ava, the teams will change ends when one side reaches 8. Excellent patience from Nick Mays there. Earlier in the point, a touch of that new partnership uncertainty with Luke Whitfield not realising that the smash would be taken by Nick Mays. The sort of thing that irons out as the season progresses and players play with each other more and their partnerships form. Mays' eyes lighting up before he hit that one. Just catching the net though. Serve returns to Johnny Adams, serving from the bottom right of your screen at 2-1 up. Pushing that cross-court third shot approach intended. Just a little too wide. Luke Whitfield leaving it to bounce wide of the court. And what a series of exchanges. Soft dinking exchanges, fast speed up and reset. Finished off with the Manageasy Mavericks sideline celebrating vocally. Intended speed up from Luke Whitfield, probably from a ball position a touch too low in that situation. The club to Pickle pair just unable to make their intended net approach there. Manageasy Mavericks player Luke Whitfield serving from the top left of this picture at 3-4. Apologies offered, but how heartfelt they are in that situation. The hand is raised. But net cords like that are helpful, they get apologised for, but really all you feel is gratitude. Quick feet from Luis Marcano make his way back into the court to get his paddle on that one, but not set and puts that one in the net. 5-4. Nick Mays just pushing off to go backwards, meaning his foot stepped forwards onto that kitchen line. Hawk-eyed referee Ava Broadsick, seeing it immediately, calling it clearly. The point goes to the club to Pickle, but they've yielded the serve back immediately. A great forehand roll shot reaching forwards and over the kitchen zone. We hit that one as early as possible from Luke Whitfield, winning them the point and a 1-point lead in this deciding third game. A little bit of contention over the out call, the referee being consulted. Luke Whitfield has called Johnny Adams' smash out to the side of the court. Johnny Adams asking referee Ava Prodzik whether she saw it, as her primary role is watching the feet and the non-volley zone kitchen lines. Her eyes were not on where the ball landed. The out call will stand, taking us to 8-6. And the change of ends.
Change ends. 8-6. 1 minute.
Some team members from both teams still on this right-hand side, and we're just tracking Nick Mays as he makes his way from the end. He played the first half of this game down towards the end. He'll play the second half of this deciding third game in. Luke Whitfield made his way down earlier with Rob Adams. Rob still coaching from the sideline, a valuable addition to get insight from off the side of the court in these breaks. The change of ends time has come to a close, with referee Ava taking her place off to the side of the court. Soon to call time in.
Time in. 8-6.
Luke Whitfield to serve from the bottom right of our screens, 8-6. Ball just coming off the lower part of Luke Whitfield's panel there, not giving it enough to go over the net. The enthusiasm of both Mays and Whitfield to want to take that high ball off of Luis Marcano's paddle. Brief hesitation from Whitfield before putting that ball back, thinking potentially that it might go out. Then his shot too high, smashed by the Club to Pickle pair. We're a 9-8 lead. Mays' overhead just bouncing 6 or 8 inches past the baseline. Called out by both Club to Pickle players simultaneously. 10-8, 2-point lead.
Side out. Point 9.
An exchange of glances between the Club to Pickle players, Johnny Adams and Luis Marcano. Excellent volley down the line from Johnny Adams, putting pressure on Nick Mays there.
11-10.
Luis Marcano's down the line shot there, just drifting a bit wide, called out by Luke Whitfield, taking the score to 11-11 in a very exciting third game decider here.
Side out. Point 12. 12-11.
And the score stays tied at 12-12 in an initial race to 15 that we might suspect with win by 2, the winner's score might be a number higher than 15.
Side
tight games like this can tighten muscles. That one just felt a little bit stiff from Luke Whitfield there. Luis Marcano leaves that one from Luke Whitfield, lands out the back, immediately recommending a timeout. Rob Adams recommending a timeout to his team. Nope, players on court want to play one more. The first game point goes begging. 13-14 in this race to 15. Mays and Whitfield need this point to take it to 14 all. And they've done it. The Manageasy Mavericks pair, Mays and Whitfield, have held 2 game points. They've saved them both. And they'll serve at 14-14. Whitfield to serve from the bottom right of the court at 14-14. And now they'll have a game point of their own, having saved 2 Club to Pickle game points. The Manageasy Mavericks now have game point, 15-14 up. The Club to Pickle pair, Adams and Marcano, have quite wisely taken a timeout after a 3-point run against them, 2 of them being game points for Club to Pickle to finish it off and take the second match of this Challenger fixture. We were watching the Club to Pickle sideline, give them coaching. James Lofthouse leading that again, encouraging. The players haven't done a lot wrong. And the Manageasy Mavericks team looking in good spirits, which you would be after saving 2 game points and now about to serve with one of your own. Manageasy Mavericks is Mays and Whitfield 15-14 up in this third and deciding game in this best of 3 match. To try and tie up after Club to Pickle took the blended singles and have a 1-0 match lead overall. Mays will serve from the bottom left of your screen, 15-14 up, game point, match point. Match point saved by Johnny Adams and Luis Marcano. Good patience. A couple of those balls looked hittable, but the patience was the wiser option. And Johnny Adams has put that first speed up out the back of the court. Several balls that looked like they would have been sped up on earlier in the game were left alone as all 4 players look to be trying to play it super safe as the stakes are so high at the end of this game. And the match goes to the Manageasy Mavericks after that return is put out of the back of the court. 17-15. A quick end after such a tight series of points. Tied up at 12 all, tied up at 14 all, tied up at 15 all, and the game finishes 17-15 in favour of the Manageasy Mavericks, Mays and Whitfield. That ties the overall fixture up at 1-1. And next we will have the women's doubles coming shortly. And we can see the overall picture in this fixture between Club de Pickle and Manageasy Mavericks. In the blended singles, Club de Pickle took a 10-15 loss in the first match before winning the second game 15-11. That was the men. And then a 15-8 win in the deciding third. The Manageasy Mavericks won the first men's doubles match 15-11, lost the second one 11-15, and finished the third match off 17-15. Players coming into the net before receiving a word from referee Ava Prodzik. And you have on the left of the net, you have Dia Kotecha and Kim McLaren. Kim McLaren just disappearing off the left, down towards the bottom right of your screen now. Trudy Sulyman at the bottom of your screen on the left. At the top of your screen, at the top of your screen on the left-hand side of the court.
0-0.
Top left of your screen, McAdam. Top right of your screen, Kotecha. Good dinking at the net from both pairs there. Dia Kotecha will serve from the top right of the screen to Trudy Sulyman at the bottom left of the screen at 1-1. Hannah McAdam just not getting a clean contact with that one. That one just a bit high from Trudy Sulyman, and Hannah McAdam putting that one away, bringing it to 2-2. Good shot from Trudy Sulyman there. And Sulyman will serve at 3-2.
3-2.
Very deep return from dear Kotecha there, pushing Trudy Sulyman back. That third shot was a difficult one from that far back, just catching the net. 3-3. Kim McLaren just having that one go out wide of the sideline, left by dear Kotecha. Hannah McAdam to serve. Kim McLaren just not giving that one quite enough air to go over the net, but Trudy Sulyman overhead smashing one that she might wish she'd left if she sees the replay. And a 3-point lead established for dear Kotecha and Hannah McAdam. That third shot from dear Kotecha just falling a bit short. Twirl of the racket in dear's hand in frustration. Cheeky, short, wide serve from Kim McLaren there. Hannah McAdam chased it down, but the return going in the net, reducing what was a 3-point deficit moments ago to a 1-point deficit of 5-6.
Side out, point 7. 7-5.
Dear Kotecha reaching across the court there, but that one just a touch too high and wide. Left by Trudy Sulyman, 6-7. Kim McLaren to serve. Great defense from the club to Pickle, but that final smash there just not reachable for Kim McLaren. Hannah McAdam will serve from the top left of the screen.
Side out, point 7.
Not enough on that one from dear Kotecha. Falls into the net. Trudy Sulyman to serve at 7-8. The speed up from Hannah McAdam from a potentially ambitiously low height, just catching the net there. Sulyman was stood ready. And a solid net cord help for Kim McLaren's approach shot there. And then the resulting ball just a touch high, punished by the club to Pickle pair. A great change of pace from dear Kotecha, shorter and wider than expected. The following ball a touch high and punished. Manageasy Mavericks grab the serve and tie the score up at 9 apiece. Lots of great defense from Hannah McAdam and dear Kotecha. Overhead after overhead coming down, raining down on them from Kim McLaren's paddle, and eventually it proved too much. 10-9, club to Pickle. Brief moment of feeling like leaving it, trying to get out of the way by dear Kotecha there, but it was definitely going to land in and needed hitting, but out of shape, couldn't get that one back over the net. Hannah McAdam changing her mind there as the ball fell shorter than expected. That one in the net gives McLaren and Sulyman a 12-9 lead. Trudy Sulyman with two aggressive shots there, really applying pressure to the opposing pair, and on the third time of asking puts it beyond reach. A timeout called by the Manageasy Mavericks, facing a 9-13 deficit. Rob Adams with a pen and clipboard drawing out some coaching for Hannah McAdam and Dia Kotecha. Meanwhile, on the other side of the court, the club to Pickle group, James Lofthouse continuing to lead the coaching from the sideline there. Kim McLaren and Trudy Sulyman paying earnest attention to everything he says, wisely so. Trudy Sulyman and Kim McLaren ready at the bottom of your screen. Dia Kotecha and Hannah McAdam just receiving some last words from Coach Rob Adams. Ball being fetched from the corner of the court. Hit to Trudy Sulyman, who will serve from the bottom left of the screen. 13-9. That looping third shot from Kim McLaren, just dropping the wrong side of the net cord there.
10-13.
And a precision third shot from Dia Kotecha, landing right on the net cord and then passing over, followed by an excellent middle to sideline past Kim McLaren. Called good by Kim McLaren immediately. 11-13, and the 4-point deficit at the timeout is halved to 2. Early out call from Dia Kotecha, but Hannah McAdam just could not remove her paddle from its intended path of hitting the ball. But the out call was enough to make her try, meaning the ball was mishit, fell short of the net. And 14-11 game point we have. Great shot from Hannah McAdam, clips the net cord. Apology there, but facing 3 game points, will be grateful for it. Referee overboards it, calling time on the gap between game 1 and game 2. Kim McLaren and Trudy Sulyman took game 1 15-12 over Dia Kotecha and Hannah McAdam.
0-0.
Kim McLaren to serve from the top left. Hannah McAdam returning.
Side out, point 1. Point 0. Side out, point 1. 1-1.
A great dink from outside the sideline from Kim McLaren there, putting Hannah McAdam under pressure, and a rightful fist pump and shout of yes celebration afterwards. Excellent shot. But that one followed up with a third outside the sideline, called out by Hannah McAdam quite correctly. 2-2 the score. Oh, the ATP celebrated by Hannah McAdam, called out by Trudy Sulyman though. Referee Ava Project consulted on whether she saw it bounce. Having not seen it, the out call stands. 3-2. And Hannah McAdam exercising some demons after that ATP denial in the previous point with an over-the-shoulder smash across the court, celebrated immediately afterwards. That ball just not hit centrally on the paddle of Trudy Sulyman. Didn't take the power needed to get it over the net. Two great fetches from right under the feet of Trudy Sulyman. Worthwhile saves as well as Dia Kotecha's volley just wide of the court. Kim McLaren to serve at 4-4. All four players showing a touch more emotion now. Celebration call from Kim McLaren. Good speed up from Trudy Sulyman there. Dia Kotecha did get her paddle on it, but it just comes off rolling to the underside of the net rather than over. Two net cords, 3 shots apart. Kim McLaren's approach shot clipping the net before Hannah McAdam returns the favour with a significantly more solid net cord contact, winning the rally. Brief apologies afterwards. A late backswing on that one from Hannah McAdam, so it just then hit a little bit hard as it went cross court and outside the sideline. Great use of the angle on the third smash from Hannah McAdam there. The wider the looping returns, defensive shots from Kim McLaren came, the more that cross-court angle opened up for Hannah McAdam.
Side out, point
Just not enough on that fifth shot from Kim McLaren there. Side out, dear Kotecha to serve from the bottom left of our screens at 7-8, 1 point down in this second game. That point goes to the green shirts of the Manageasy Mavericks, tying the score up at 8-8, and the Manageasy Mavericks need this one after the club to pickle pair of Sulyman and McLaren took the first game. A 1 point lead now for the Manageasy Mavericks. Strong, aggressive, offensive play with the overhead from Kim McLaren there, tying the score up at 9 apiece.
9-9.
Celebrations for the Manageasy Mavericks. A moment of sadness as the score no longer reminds us of our favourite American sitcom. Oh, phenomenal defensive work from Kim McLaren. Trudy Sulyman saw the opportunity, and if she could have got her paddle across another couple of inches, it would have been an awesome across the court movement and attacking shot. But just off the tip of the paddle, out of the court, point for Manageasy Mavericks, who continue with an 11-9 lead. Trudy Sulyman and Kim McLaren move off to the side. Towels and water bottles, and deservedly so. The players are working so hard on court. The Manageasy Mavericks sideline as active as ever. Nick Mays offering some insight. Nick Mays apparently talking about movement across the court. Performing the body shapes, demonstrating, not just instructing, demonstrating what he means with his movements. An excellent coach in his own right in the Canterbury area in Kent. Referee Ava Prodzik making her way from the middle of the court to resume her refereeing position. Club to pickle players Trudy Sulyman and Kim McLaren standing ready. Dear Kotecha and Hannah McAdam now ready too. Dear Kotecha to serve. 11-9. Just not enough on that approach shot from Dear Kotecha. Kim McLaren will serve 10-11 down in this crucial second game. And the third shot falling short from Kim McLaren means the 2 point advantage for the Manageasy Mavericks is restored. Another point with multiple net cords. Really aggressive play, particularly from Dear Kotecha. Moving in, attacking the ball. Superb defense from the club to pickle players though. That point went on. It was so exciting. And bizarrely, an out serve has the same value as that phenomenal previous rally. Now 11-13. Celebrations and a high five between Kotecha and McAdam after that one. Just a brief pause while we wait for the ball to be returned to the court. McAdam to serve to McLaren. Great use of the lateral angle from Kim McLaren rather than trying to pummel the ball as hard as possible. Curving the ball as it came across the net. It was also on an arc, going wider and wider. Very difficult to reach for Hannah McAdam. What a shot from the baseline from Kim McLaren there. Dipping so early and just inside the sideline.
13-30.
Another point and a run of points for Club de Pickle gives them game point at 15-14. Dear Kotecha saves the match point though, tying the score up at 15 points each. He'll now serve from the left-hand side of the court in this critical second game, needing the win to take it to a deciding third. Excellent defense earlier in the point from Kim McLaren and then from Pia Kotecha. The ball bouncing up high from Kim McLaren's paddle.
16-15.
A 16-15 game point for the Manageasy Mavericks. And they take the second game. Hugs between Kotecha and McAdam. Trudy Sulyman, Dia Kotecha, and Trudy Sulyman and Hannah McAdam high-fiving at the net. The game being played in brilliant spirit. And we go to a deciding third in this women's doubles fixture between Club de Pickle and Manageasy Mavericks, with the overall fixture sitting at 1-1 after Club de Pickle took the blended singles and the Manageasy Mavericks took the men's doubles. Manageasy Mavericks coach Rob Adams coaching earnestly, enthusiastically. Hannah McAdam, Dia Kotecha in a similar consultation with Georgie Girt. Trudy Sulyman and Kim McLaren already making their way across the court, deep in conversation. Almost certainly talking strategy for this third deciding game in this women's doubles match. The Manageasy Mavericks pair now moving towards the other end of the court, where they'll start this deciding third until one team reaches 8 for the change of ends.
Players.
McLaren and Sulyman playing at the end they won at in the first game until the change of ends. Kotecha and McAdams perhaps will have in mind changing ends at 8 to the end where they won their match.
Game 3. Changes at 8. Time in.
Dia Kotecha takes her place on court. Hannah McAdam serves 0-0 in this deciding third game. And we open with a point containing 2 net cords, one of which rolled along the net and was expertly fished out and saved by Kim McLaren. Patient dinking, but the point goes to Club to Pickle. Another net cord, an attempted Ernie Kotecha poaching across, got back in time for it, but the smash opportunity put out the back of the court at the end. 2-0. And Trudy Sulyman's third shot also clipping the net cord. The fine margins that the players are operating at this level. That one just out from Hannah McAdam. Side out, Trudy Sulyman to serve at 3-1 up. Great use of the angle from Kotecha. That one was not retrievable. Excellent finish from Kim McLaren there. From Trudy Sulyman, sorry. Just popped up a touch high from Kotecha's backhand on the outside, back to the middle. Trudy Sulyman steps in, finishes that point off. 4-2 lead for the Club to Pickle pair. And Kotecha puts that backhand at the net just too steeply downwards. Hannah McAdam just putting that smash out the back of the court for a 7-2 lead for the Club to Pickle pair of Kim McLaren and Trudy Sulyman.
7-2.
And an 8-2 6-point advantage taken by Trudy Sulyman and Kim McLaren from the end at which they won their first game in this 3-game women's doubles match. Kotecha and Hannah McAdam will look to offset that 6-point disadvantage as they move to the end where they won the second game in this match. Club to Pickle manager Hanan Urla coaching Trudy Sulyman and Kim McLaren. Words of encouragement and a hug from Johnny Adams for their teammates. Meanwhile, Manageasy Mavericks pair, Kotecha and Hannah McAdam, take their place on the court, having received words of wisdom from teammates Rob Adams and Georgie Girt. And the opening serve after the change of ends just sails long from Kim McLaren there. Kotecha will serve now at 3-8, just 5-point deficit to overcome. just stepping back a bit from the non-volley zone line there. Kim McLaren didn't give that one enough. Falls into the net. 4-8.
4-8. Side out, point 9. 9-4.
And as the Club de Pickle pair move into double figures, the Manageasy Mavericks pair of Dia Kotecha and Hannah McAdam will know that time is starting to run tight on closing this gap. Superb serve, short and wide from Kim McLaren, applauded by Hannah McAdam. Apologies offered from Kim McLaren afterwards, but good aggressive play made. All players happy with each other. Timeout called by the Manageasy Mavericks, receiving the next serve. Animated words of encouragement from the Manageasy Mavericks sideline. And in the background, we can see some men's doubles masters action with the orange tops of the Tournated team nearest us and the dark tops of another masters team, JDS Foods, at the far end. Action from the masters division to come later today. Looking forward to that.
15 seconds remaining timeout. Receivers not, servers 1. Time in. 12-4. Side out, point 5.
That timeout doing its job. First point after the timeout goes the way of the Manageasy Mavericks. 5-12. Strong at the kitchen zone work from Kim McLaren. Aggressive shots, just clearing the net. The second one, unreturnable.
13-5. Side out, point 6. 6-30.
Excellent speed up from Hannah McAdam there. Sulyman got her paddle to it, but just couldn't deal with it. Ball outside of the court barriers, fetched by Hannah McAdam. 2 points in a row for the Manageasy Mavericks. 7-13. And another one, 8-13, 5-point gap. Game on our hands now.
8-30.
This begins to turn into a run as the Manageasy Mavericks continue to rack up points after that timeout. 9-13. Moments delay as the action is interrupted by an errant ball. 9-13. Really patient dinking from all four players. The speed up eventually saw the ball sail over Kim McLaren's paddle. She was trying to hit it, but she'll be glad she didn't, as the ball then landed out, giving us match point at 14-9. Kim McLaren serving for Club de Pickle to take this women's doubles match. And they do. Trudy Sulyman and Kim McLaren take the women's doubles in this challenger fixture between Club de Pickle and Manageasy Mavericks. 2-1. Both pairs playing some excellent pickleball there. Club de Pickle jubilant, Manageasy Mavericks not so much so. But the fixture goes on and there's all to play for, as it's 2-1 in favour of Club de Pickle with 3 more matches to play. 3 mixed doubles combinations will compete, starting with the first mixed doubles 1 pairings in a few minutes. And the first mixed doubles match will feature Johnny Adams and Trudy Sulyman, and Hannah McAdam and Rob Adams. And we can see Club de Pickle taking the blended singles, 10-15, 15-11, 15-8. Manageasy Mavericks taking the men's doubles, 15-11, 11-15, 17-15. And Club de Pickle just moments ago taking the women's doubles, 15-12, 15-17, 15-9. Now we'll play mixed doubles 1 is the next matchup. Players warming up on the court now. Action to begin shortly. And the action starts in this first mixed doubles game. And the first 2 points are split between the teams. 1-1, Hannah McAdam to serve. A fairly rapid cross-court dinking exchange between Johnny Adams and Hannah McAdam there. Hannah McAdam pushing hers just wide for a 2-1 lead to Club to Pickle. Fast hands from Johnny Adams and Rob Adams there, exchanging volleys across the net. Rob Adams just putting his last one into the net for a 3-1 lead. Now 4 after Hannah McAdam put that return out the back of the court. Trudy Sulyman serving 4-1 up. Sulyman did so well to take that one out of the air as high as she did, running backwards at the time. Johnny Adams took a great piece of court positioning to cover the gap afterwards, but the last shot just coming off the end of his paddle. Now 5-2 to Club to Pickle. Looks like a strategy from Club to Pickle to establish the left-hand side of the court, backhand cross-court dink towards Hannah McAdam from Johnny Adams. A great backhand shot from Johnny Adams there. And Manageasy Mavericks are taking an early timeout here, opening this first mixed doubles game at a 2-7 deficit. Rob Adams immediately having a chat with Hannah McAdam. Johnny Adams and Trudy Sulyman at the other end of the court, a touch more relaxed after taking a 5-point lead. A 6-point lead at 8-2 in this first game. The mood is different in the two camps. You can feel it sitting on the side of the court. A touch more urgency amongst the Manageasy Mavericks, feeling the need to make some changes after the start of that game. Much calmer in the blue corner, where Club to Pickle conversations are slower, smoother. Trudy Sulyman picks the ball up and will serve at 8-2. Adams just put that one out the back of the court from the net there. A moment of confusion between Adams and Sulyman there about who was going to hit it, and after neither did, Adams took a second bite, but it went into the net. Manageasy Mavericks serving at 3-9. But they can't keep hold of the serve, sending it back for Trudy Sulyman to serve at 10-3. That one just out too wide, and a paddle to the forehead in frustration for Rob Adams there. Sulyman serving at 12-3. That one just pushed a bit too wide by Johnny Adams there. Rob Adams will now serve. ATP attempt made by Johnny Adams there, and we'll see how close he was in the replay. Solid smash from Johnny Adams there, using his height to reach forwards and take that ball early. And a moment of confusion between Hannah McAdam and Rob Adams brings up an early game point for Club to Pickle at 14-5. But the Manageasy Mavericks saved the first one, 6-14. And the first game in this opening mixed doubles match goes Club Pickle's way with a 15-6 victory. The scores reset to 0-0 in the second game though, so there's still all to play for the Manageasy Mavericks. A little bit of chat between each pair and their sideline. Nick Mays offering some input to Rob Adams on specific strategies to overcome what turned out to be a 9-point deficit in that first game. Very, very capable players though, both of them. Adams and McAdam will work out ways to try and neutralise the threat posed by Sulyman and Adams. The Club to Pickle sideline having a chat as well. They'll be trying to continue in the same vein as the first game went. We'll start this second game with Trudy Sulyman serving from the top left of your screen to Rob Adams at the bottom right of your screen. 0-0, game 2. And that one from Johnny Adams just at the feet of Rob Adams there. So difficult to deal with when it's bouncing right next to your feet. And Rob Adams couldn't push through the ball enough to put it back over the net. A great sideline shot. Called out by Trudy Sulyman. Confirmed by referee Ava Prodzik, who says she saw it out. A good call. Amazing fetch. Rob Adams took a net cord that brought the ball so short and wide, and Johnny Adams still fetched it and sent a good cross-court dink in return. After some fast hands later in the rally, Club to Pickle still won the point.
Service warning. Questionable whether your paddle was above the wrist. I will recall the score.
Johnny Adams just being told by referee Ava Prodzik that his paddle face is too high compared to his wrist. He's received a service warning. And that ball from Hannah McAdam's paddle just falling on the top of the net, but falling just short of going over the net. That one just led with the bottom of the paddle, face too open for the smash there. Balls travelled too high and out the back of the court from Hannah McAdam there. A really good shot from Ryle Adams there. Seeing Trudy Sulyman on approach, pushed her back and wide, and Sulyman just couldn't put the ball back in. Good, patient dinking. Hannah McAdam sped up. Johnny Adams was on it, but puts his reply out the back of the court. 2-4. Unbelievable scenes as Johnny Adams puts the ATP into the corner of the court, bouncing just inside the baseline. What a shot. Love to see it. Trudy Sulyman exposing the gap between Rob Adams and Hannah McAdam as they both backed away to defend the smash.
7-3.
But Manageasy Mavericks have won the serve back straight away.
4-7.
4-7. Club to Pickle, making Manageasy Mavericks work super hard to try and close this gap that they've established at the start of the second game. Exchanging serves. Last 4 points, side outs.
5-8.
And as that one goes out of the back of the court from Hannah McAdam, another side out sees the teams exchange 1 point at a time. Now 9-5 to Club to Pickle. And it feels like Manageasy Mavericks are trying to take a little bit more aggression in towards the ball, as both Hannah McAdam and Rob Adams went for one of those together. And 3 shots later, they're playing another aggressive strike. And the net cord taking too much off of that serve from Rob Adams. The ball falling short into the kitchen, and it must clear the white non-volley zone line and land inside the blue of the service box to be in on the serve. Good fast exchange between the ladies on the left-hand side of the court there. Trudy Sulyman and Hannah McAdam firing the ball across the net at one another. That one going the way of Club to Pickle for an 11-6 lead. Not quite enough on that one though, and Manageasy Mavericks have got the serve back. 4 point deficit to overcome in this second game.
7-11.
cut backhand from Rob Adams, just on the back foot, not enough on it to get it over the net. Solid, strong forehand in the middle of the court. Rob Adams poaching across nicely. Johnny Adams' reply out wide. Manageasy Mavericks serving again. 4 points down. Rob Adams hitting that one on the forehand. Difficult to turn it back in towards the court. Just out wide. Another side out. What a reply from Johnny Adams. Rob Adams hits a brilliant smash. Johnny Adams at full stretch reaches. Not only does he get it back, but it lands just over the net, bounces, taking away and neutralising the attacking threat for the Manageasy Mavericks. That game has finished with a couple of excellent points. Before that final point, with the ball in the net, seeing Club to Pickle take a 15-6, 15-8 lead, win in this fourth match in this challenger fixture here at the start of season 4 of the Premier Pickleball League, powered by the Pickleball Store. Up next is mixed doubles match 2, where Luis Marcano and Kim McLaren will play Georgie Girt and Luke Whitfield. On your screen, at the top left in the green, dinking across the net is Luke Whitfield. He's dinking the ball across to his playing partner at top right of your screen, Georgie Girt. Bottom left of your screen, Kim McLaren is warming up opposite her playing partner, Luis Marcano, occupying the near right-hand side. So clockwise from bottom left, McLaren, Whitfield, Girt and Marcano will play this second mixed doubles match between Club to Pickle and Manageasy Mavericks. A quick summary of the fixture so far. Club to Pickle and Manageasy Mavericks competing in this opening fixture of the Challenger Division of Premier Pickleball League Season 4. The first match was a blended singles format with a women's singles competition in the first game, a men's singles competition in the second game, and the deciding third game was decided with the women's singles up to until the first team reached 8, finished off with the men's singles to 15. And Club to Pickle took that one 10-15, 15-11, 15-8. Then in the second match of the fixture, Manageasy Mavericks won the men's doubles 15-11, 11-15, 17-15. Then the women's doubles was competed, and Club to Pickle took that one 15-12, 15-17, 15-9. And in the mixed doubles that we've just witnessed, Club to Pickle won 15-6, 15-8. And now we progress on to the second mixed doubles pairing, where top left of your screen, Georgie Girt will serve to bottom right of your screen, Kim McLaren. These are wrong. Just the name.
Sign out. Point 1. 1-0. Point. 2-0. Sign out. Point 1. 1-2.
Luke Whitfield, Neo movement from the Matrix to try and stay out of the way of that one, to give it a chance of going over the net, but didn't manage. Lewis Marcano serving from the bottom left to Luke Whitfield, top right.
Point. 4-1.
Good aggressive play from Kim McLaren there, running in for the smash, landing just shy of the non-volley zone line. Very, very close with those toes. But it was good. And an early 5-1 lead taken by Club to Pickle. What a shot from Kim McLaren through the middle between Luke Whitfield and Georgie Girt, landing just a couple of inches inside the baseline. Quite rightly celebrated afterwards. Excellent shot.
6-1. Point. 7-1. Point. 8-1.
A good leave by the Club to Pickle pair there.
9-1.
That
I didn't see it clearly enough by rule the constants.
outcall checked on by the Manageasy Mavericks. Confident outcall from the Club to Pickle pair. Referee Eva Prodzik didn't see it, and nor should he. The referee's focus is on the kitchen line to ensure there aren't foot faults. And we're delighted to be joined by James Lofthouse, who we've seen coaching from the sideline at various stages through this fixture. Welcome, James.
Thanks, Steve. Nice to see you. How are you doing?
It's been a great morning. Watching pickleball of this standard is fabulous. A fabulous shot from the Manageasy Mavericks there, down the middle, and a celebration afterwards. They're trying to get hyped up to compete in this one.
Yeah, I think they need to. I mean, so I'm coaching Club to Pickle, Great West London Club. The owner, Hanan, on the sideline. We've stuck to our game plan so far, and it's paid off really. So it'll be good. It's good to see Manageasy getting that energy back, because I think we've limited them to very little so far, and you know what more can you ask for as a coach?
Absolutely. We've seen you giving wise words of instruction from the sideline, and Hanan as well, warming players up on the court when the other player has just played one and needs a breather. You're clearly taking a really, really active role today, and it's making a difference with your team. Without giving too much away, have you had specific strategies with regards to the opposition that you're playing?
We have. I mean, I've had the pleasure of playing with and against quite a lot on the other team, actually, and they're all lovely people. But, you know, I've got to try and use every tactic I can to help the team out and kind of make their lives easy. I mean, I can give all the tactics in the world, but they have to actually execute it on the court, and that's not easy to do. And from what we've seen today so far, they've executed very, very well. So I couldn't be happier right now.
Oh, agreed. And we have noticed that timeouts and change of ends have really suited the team calling them as well. Typically, the first few points after a timeout have gone the way of the team that's called it, showing that it's not just the players executing the shots on there. There is strategy from off the sideline, and some of those timeouts have been called from the sideline as well. That's part of your strategy as well?
Yeah, absolutely. It's key, like you said, if the team's lost a couple of points in a row, just for them to have a breather, have a bit of a relax, you know, refocus them on the specific tactics that we want to go forward. And then from there, you know, like you said, the sideline, people, but even both teams, even Manageasy Mavericks as well, the tactics they're giving as well, coming back off, losing a few points. It's just really good to see as a whole.
And that has paid off with this first game going in the favour of Club de Pickle, 15-5. Kim McLaren and Luis Marcano winning that one against Georgie Girt and Luke Whitfield, 15-5. Did you have any last words before Luis and Kim went onto the court?
I did. Let's watch the next game and I'll see if you can figure it out, what my words were in terms of tactics. But in theory, my key words really were enjoy it, have fun. You know, it's a good experience being here, especially being on the streamed court. And yeah, just key thing is just enjoy it. Absolutely be relaxed, try and play your game and see how it goes.
We'll know how much of it was you in the start of this second game after your players have gone off to the sideline and in your absence haven't received the loft house wisdom this time. But if they struggle at the start of game 2, we'll know that your role is larger than you're willing to admit.
Maybe. I mean, I might have to take a little time out from the comms booth. I might just have to pop over there if they start struggling. But no, I feel confident. The energy in the team, the vibes, it's all really, really good and positive. And that's exactly what you want, I feel. In team events like this, it's good for good energy, really.
And one of the players that I haven't seen a huge amount of before, Kim McLaren, is really demonstrating, why she's worthy of recent performances. She came third in the women's doubles at the Finnish Open, 4-4.5. She came second in the women's doubles, 4-4.5 at the Belgian Open, and third in the mixed doubles at the same Belgian Open, and third in the Scottish Premier League with the Holyrood Hammers in season 24-25. I mean, that's not nothing, and she's sent some absolutely astonishing shots from one end of the court to the other during this match as well. A great player to see on court today.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. It was good, actually, because we were missing a few players. We actually called her up and she's come in, performed well, and you can see her energy, her focus. It's all very, very good. It's exactly what you need when you bring a player in. Oh, good hands there.
Fast rally exchanged at the net there. Luis Marcano, his hands are so quick. It looks like his paddle's on the wrong side of his body at times, and then the ball is just like back over the net in the blink of an eye. Kim McLaren trying that cheeky short serve out wide. We saw it work against Hannah McAdam earlier in the fixture. That one just out though.
Oh.
Leaving us at 2-2, and a net cord helps Georgie Girt there for a 3-2 lead in this crucial second game where the Manageasy Mavericks are looking to tie it up one apiece in this second mixed doubles fixture.
Good point, this. Oh.
And
as
a
you- yeah.
real change in tone amongst the Manageasy Mavericks. Gone from a little bit of agitation to like more calm encouragement as they take a 5-2 lead in the second game. And as they extend their lead to 4 points, you've got quite a bit of experience playing in this Premier Pickleball League yourself, James, don't you? You were heavily involved last season.
I was, yeah. So it was my first season last season. I played for Pure Pickleball. Great experience. I absolutely loved it. I just love team events, coming together as a whole unit, whether you're playing or whether you're off the court, you know, just as all the energy that it provides, the excitement for everybody watching. So I think these kind of atmospheres, kind of what I thrive on, this kind of energy.
Celebrating the accomplishments of others as much as your own.
Absolutely.
7-3.
You can see that Luke's starting to take a bit more control in this one now. He's playing a lot of those third shots.
Receivers.
Stepping across the court a touch more. And a timeout called for Club de Pickle. And Club de Pickle boss James Lofthouse making his way over to offer some more of the insight that he's kept the details of from us just for now. As this game starts to evolve in the reverse of the first game, giving us hope for an exciting deciding third game. We've been quite fortunate this morning with third game deciders in 3 out of the first 4 games. Georgie Girt to serve after that timeout. 8-3 up in this second game. And Luke Whitfield with another one. You called it. He's taking a more dominant role in this one.
He is, and you do see it. You do see it quite a lot in mixed, where the man tries to dominate. But look, exactly like that moment there. Luke misses the ball. Georgie is ready to play that ball, expecting to play every ball. Even if Luke does end up playing it, she's ready, always ready, and it's a good roll.
That's the kind of relationship that you try and forge over time. Is there a large amount of experience playing together, making a big difference on stuff like that? If a male and female play mixed together a lot, they develop a sixth sense for each other's game?
I really do think so. But I also think the tactic of just being ready to play every ball is important. So whether you've played with someone or not, you're ready to play every ball. But 100%, if you've played together before, you kind of know the movements of your partner as well. So everything looks really smooth and controlled and all intentional.
Have you got established partnerships between members of your club, the Pickle team here?
So actually, one of our missing team members, Rodri Oliver, I have played quite a few tournaments with him. Oh, just as Luke misses an Ernie. Good effort. So yeah, I've played quite a few with Rodri Oliver, but then no one else from Club de Pickle. Really, I've been this season's been a lot of different male partners I've played with, and I haven't actually played that much mixed. So my main mixed partner Nirali has been injured all season, so we haven't really managed to play anything. But I look forward to that when we can, and building other partnerships too in the men's.
And who's playing with you on your team tomorrow?
So actually, we've only got 2 men. One of our men aren't here. James Ling is actually away, having a nice little time in America. So it's just myself and Harry Hamilton. So 2 lefties, which is an interesting dynamic.
We'll look forward to seeing some of that as the season progresses then.
Absolutely. And I think, oh, good catch there from Steve on comms. What did you get for that, Steve?
Almost less than nothing. And at 13-6 up, Girt and Whitfield look like taking this to a third. Helped by Kim McLaren's serve into the net. 14-6 game point. A great deep serve from Georgie Girt lands just inside the baseline, and then Luke Whitfield absolutely drilled a third at them, but your club to pickle brethren were more than a match for it there. 2 of the game points are saved, but at 14-8 there are still 6 more that need saving.
There's been a lot in this match, to be fair, in all the other fixtures where there's been game points and teams have managed to come back, but we'll see if this one's manageable.
And that's the foot fault called.
Foot fault.
Luke Whitfield's left foot on the kitchen line, shown on the replay there. The 3rd game point is saved. 5 remain.
Great spot from the referee there. Oh.
And at the 4th time of asking, Luke Whitfield and Georgie Girt have taken game 2 of this mixed doubles, 2nd mixed doubles match of the fixture. Kim McLaren and Luis Marcano will look to regroup as they go to a 3rd. And the club de Pickle pair receiving some coaching from team boss Hananulla in the green cap, sat just the other side of the group. And James Lofthouse, who we've just heard on the microphone, offering some strategic insight to his players. And the Manageasy Mavericks, similarly, Rob Adams having a chat with Georgie Girt, talking about how the game evolved, probably based on large differences between game 1 and game 2 and what to exploit from game 2 as they move into game 3. Luis Marcano and Kim McLaren move across the court, ready to start. Referee Eva Prodzik, who has been hawk-eyed consistently through all of these matches today, noticing foot faults, starts to move towards her refereeing position as all 4 players are ready before the time between the games elapses, and we move into an exciting 3rd game decider in this 2nd mixed doubles match.
What a great first point.
Luke Whitfield moving across the court early there, trying to establish himself at the non-volley zone as soon as they got there. And even though that 3rd shot effort from Georgie Girt fell short of the net, you could see Luke Whitfield already on his way up, anticipating it.
Yeah, you can see the intent is there from the Mavericks here, especially when Georgie's at the back and she's playing that deep ball. Luke's on the move, looking to come across, looking to be proactive at that net to put Club to Pickle under pressure.
And Georgie Girt just putting that one out the back of the court, clearly deliberately trying to play deep to help that strategy pan out for them.
Oh!
But an absolute moment of glory for Kim McLaren as Luke Whitfield moves across the court. One of the things that you risk is leaving a gap down the sideline, and Kim McLaren nailed it there.
I mentioned it to them when I went over there, but I can't take any credit for that. That is very nice from Kim to actually execute it.
And aggression shown from the Club to Pickle players moving up to the non-volley zone as soon as the opportunity arose. Clearly a strategy is fight fire with fire. Georgie Girt serving from the top left of your screen at 2-3 to Kim McLaren, bottom right of your screen. That serve going into the net makes it 4-2.
They're really pushing for these aggressive serves here. It doesn't always pay off. As we've seen as back-to-back missed serves now.
Working with fine margins, the risks increase. And again, super early up to the net, set already, and hitting it hard and deep as soon as they can. That one from Georgie Girt, just a touch high. Kim McLaren on it like a shot.
Very nice play there from Kim, creating opportunity for herself and then putting it away. My question to you, Steve, is when can we expect to see you grace the courts again?
I think my place is sat in a chair. Has been for a while.
And there's the poach from Luis there. Lovely.
And the celebration afterwards shows how pumped up these players are getting. When a game goes to a third decider, everyone feels like they've got the capability to win it. And it really changes the dynamic. But that one was just given a little bit too much by Luis Marcano.
Yeah, I mean, you can see this is the... What's this? This is fixture number 5 of it. Match number 5 in this fixture, and 4 of them have gone to 3 games now. I think they've all experienced some form of going to a third.
Yeah, it was only the women's doubles that didn't go to a third in this entire fixture. The blended singles went to 3. The men's doubles went to 3. The first mixed doubles match went to 3. And this one's gone to 3. It's such exciting pickleball. What a treat. Luke Whitfield thought about leaving it initially and then realised it was definitely going to drop. But by then it was too late to get his paddle up to it. And at 8-5, the teams will change ends. Kim McLaren and Luis Marcano take an 8-5 lead through the end change. Georgie Girt and Luke Whitfield with 3 points of deficit to look to overturn when we resume after 1 minute. The Manageasy Mavericks team look quite relaxed, less energetic and agitated than at previous stages of the fixture during the sideline chats. Meanwhile, the Club to Pickle team, the sideline offering encouragement. Johnny Adams talking to Kim McLaren there, both nodding in agreement on what the strategy should be for the remainder of the match. Players resuming their positions on court. Kim McLaren top left, Luis Marcano top right, Luke Whitfield bottom left, Georgie Girt bottom right. Kim McLaren serving to Georgie Girt at 8-5. And that return just out the back of the court takes the gap to 9-5. Great aggressive volleys from Georgie Girt there at the net. Kim McLaren did well to get the first one back, but the second one's just too much.
Great play from Georgie. You can see when Georgie gets really hyped, the aggression's there in her game, her footwork's so good. And it's just good. It's good to see when everyone's locked in, everyone's focused, the level that they can get to.
And that excitement turns to frustration as another one of those volleys just clipping the top of the net there. Lots of topspin on it as well. So
yeah, there was. Unfortunately, I think there's a fine margin there between high energy, being excited, to then just going into that little bit of frustration.
And how quickly momentum can swing. Luke Whitfield similarly, volley at the net, doesn't go over. 12-6, a 6-point gap.
Yeah, a few errors here. I mean, I'm surprised they didn't call a timeout there. I have a feeling if they lose this one, oh, they didn't. I have a feeling if they lost that one, they'd have definitely called one. It's getting close to the end, so it's going to be an interesting few points coming up now. See if the Mavericks can find some sort of rhythm.
And they've 2 points in a row there. Good mental resilience after those 2 errors at the net. Let's take the next 2 points. 8-12, close the gap from 6 to 4.
Oh, it's a good lead from Luis. That was a lovely drop from Luke there. Setting the point up.
It looked like he changed his mind. He pulled the paddle back as if to strike it and then just held it there as the ball passed him, realising it was going to go out the back of the court. Smart play. Excellent movement around the court from Luke Whitfield there, and hands to match.
Unbelievable from Luke. That first one, I have a feeling the ATP might potentially have been on there, but he controls that lovely and then shimmies across the kitchen line. Then have a nice play on that next ball. I think we need a bit more of that from Luke here to pull Mavericks back into this game. Oh!
And that net cord helping Georgie Girt out there.
Unreal, Girt. As soon as Georgie put that ball up, you think Kim's putting this ball away, but Georgie not only gets there, she managed to dig it back. The little net cord.
Very good line calling as well, because the ball just clipped the back of the line, and so many players will call that out without even really giving it a second thought. But the point went on because it had clipped the line.
Yeah.
It's so nice to see that from players.
It is very, very fair. Best part about the game, the honesty.
Especially if the point had gone to Club to Pickle, that would have given them 4 game points, match points. And match points are brought up after that offensive play from Kim McLaren at the net there. Timeout called by Manageasy Mavericks at 11:14.
13-11. 1 minute.
And with Club de Pickle 3-1 up already from the first 4 matches of the fixture, these 3 game points, match points, are actually fixture winning points, as Club de Pickle winning this mixed doubles 2 match would see them guaranteed to take the win in the overall fixture, as we play out of 6. And a 3-3 draw in matches would see a dream breaker played, but getting to 4 is the winning line through these early matches. So these points could not be more critical for Girt and Whitfield to make at least a 3-point run. Ball coming in off of the serve of Kim McLaren, watching out for a short wide one.
I was going to say, what do you reckon? Do you reckon she's going to go for it? I don't think she will this time. God, she listened to me on that one.
And Kim McLaren threads the ball between Luke Whitfield and Georgie Girt, taking the mixed doubles 2 match and the overall opening fixture of this Season 4 Premier Pickleball League Challenger Division between Club de Pickle and Manageasy Mavericks. They'll play the last mixed doubles match in moments, but you must be over the moon, James, having coached your team to a 4-1 lead and an unassailable advantage in this first fixture of the season.
Absolutely. I'm thrilled more for them than me, because they're putting in the practice, and it shows on the court. They're listening to the feedback, not just from me, from the other players too, and they're actually going on and performing the shots in the game. And it's just, when it all comes together, it's just so good. And as you can see there, Hanan with a little fist pump, little smile from all the players. You can tell the positivity is great in the team.
And it shows on your face as well. Your face is in 5 letters, proud.
Yeah, that's one way of putting it. I just love it. Being on the side, I think being on the sideline is probably tougher than playing. To be honest, I feel it's more nerve-wracking watching.
Less control over the outcome.
Exactly. Like, you can see everything from the sideline, and then you can inform the players, right, this is what we think you need to do, but actually doing it is a different thing. I mean, I'll probably come back and see you a bit later for some comms, but I'll leave you with this. So I believe Project X are playing on Show Court tomorrow, and I might be making a cheeky little singles appearance.
We cannot wait. That will be exciting. The only drawback of this is that you won't also be able to join us in the comms booth for some commentary whilst on court. Maybe we'll try and mic you up.
Absolutely. If you mic me up, I'm down for it. I can't promise much good play. I can promise maybe the odd tweener around the back, but in terms of actual singles play, not too sure about that right now. I've only played a few times.
Well, we're excited in anticipation of it. What's that, tomorrow morning or afternoon?
I'm not 100% sure. I think it's morning. I'll find that out, and when I come back on comms, I'll let you know.
Brilliant.
Thanks, Steve.
Thanks so much, James. James Lofthouse. And there we see confirmation, Club de Pickle taking this first fixture, having won 4 out of the 5 matches. They won blended singles, women's doubles, the first and second mixed doubles matches. Manageasy Mavericks taking the men's doubles in 3. But we will still enjoy some excellent pickleball as we now move on to the third mixed doubles match in this fixture, which will see Nick Mays, bottom left of your screen, and Dear Kotecha, top left of your screen, play against Johnny Adams, top right of your screen, and Trudy Sulyman, bottom right of your screen. And Johnny Adams and Kim McLaren at the bottom of the screen. Trudy Sulyman clearly only warming Johnny Adams up, as Kim McLaren taking a breather after that previous mixed doubles match where she had very hard. So Kim McLaren, bottom right of your screen, Johnny Adams, bottom left, receiving the serve from Dear Kotecha. Nick Mays, top right of your screen, will now serve to Johnny Adams, bottom left of your screen at 1-0. Patient dinking finished off by Kim McLaren there with the overhead. That ball just coming off of the end of Nick Mays' paddle. Falling short into the net for a 2-1 lead to Club de Pickle. That landing on that net cord ultimately didn't help it as it pushed the ball onwards an extra bit. As it was coming down, it clipped the net and went on laterally and fell out of the court. Dia Kotecha to serve at 2-2. Fire off of the paddle of Nick Mays with the celebration afterwards. Not sure who he's fighting with that paddle. Oh, and a look of frustration on the face of Nick Mays after Johnny Adams takes the net cord. A lot of smiling behind that apology. Johnny Adams calling that one good, landed right on the baseline. Nick Mays and Johnny Adams know each other's games very well. A frustrating end to that dinking exchange for Dia Kotecha. 4-4. Nick Mays just trying to strike that one a touch too early. The ball hadn't quite reached him. Came off the bottom of his paddle. Down into the floor. A great shot from Dia Kotecha right at the floor between the feet of Kim McLaren. Very, very difficult to retrieve. Fierce shot from behind the baseline from Nick Mays there. Johnny Adams trying to send it back with equal ferocity, but the net getting in the way. A curious look at the floor there from Kim McLaren. Disappointed to not send that serve returned back to Dia Kotecha as intended. Great cross-court shot from Johnny Adams there, on the move as he struck it. Right on the outside of Nick Mays, already up at the non-volley zone and well positioned, but just couldn't get a solid paddle on that one. Another firm backhand from the non-volley zone line, across court at the feet of Nick Mays. Clearly a shot Johnny Adams is more than comfortable with hitting over and over, and with great success rates. After Kim McLaren moved across to take that wide dink from Dia Kotecha, putting the ball out, there was a gap created in the middle. Manageasy Mavericks putting the ball through that gap. win the serve back and tie the score. 16 points played, split evenly between the two teams.
Side out, point 9. 9-8.
What a rally at the net there from both teams. The ball fired back and forth. And Dia Kotecha and Nick Mays taking a timeout in this one at an 8-11 deficit. We're joined again by the delightful James Lofthouse, who still hasn't been able to wipe a deserved smile off his face, managing his Club to Pickle team to a victory here. Any notes on this last mixed doubles matchup between Nick Mays and Dia Kotecha against Kim McLaren and Johnny Adams?
Well, we're still absolutely loving the fact that we've won. Celebrations in the team. So we're all very, very happy. And just told them to go out there and have fun. Enjoy it. Try and play your game. And currently, so far, this is we came into this fixture thinking, you know, it's going to be a very, very tough one. We just want them to enjoy the experience, have fun, and see if they can execute the plan we had, which they are doing very, very well here.
How much is a games differential on your mind at this stage? Like, initially, it's all about winning the fixture, but then once that job is done, do you have a games differential on your mind, or is it just go out there and have fun and not too worried about the games differential that may affect league positions later in the season?
It was in the back of my mind, yes. So Hanan and I did have a chat. So as soon as we won that last one, going into this one, obviously, I mean, we want to win every match we can. But I think the key thing is that they enjoy it. We'll help them out here and there with little tips that we find. But winning it, I think the games differential could prove key towards the end of the season. So, I mean, winning every game possible is always going to be there and always something we want to do.
So ultimately both?
Of course, always both. Always. Have fun and try and win.
It's easier to have fun while winning.
Oh yeah, that's very true. Oh, so good drop there. And as you can tell, the sound that Dia's reset made there didn't quite hit the centre of the paddle, hit right by the handle, which is why it didn't get over that net. Tim's gone for that short serve. Dia's made it. Oh, and Kim wanted that middle speed up again. This one, so you see, with Dia dinking wide to Kim there, Nick has to come across cover line, Dia has to come to the middle there, which does leave a little bit of a gap, but as you can see, they both swung at that ball there. Not an easy one to play.
And that takes the first game 15-10 in favour of Club to Pickle. Kim McLaren and Johnny Adams beating Dia Kotecha and Nick Mays. Playing devil's advocate, what would you offer to Dia Kotecha and Nick Mays were you strategising and coaching for the other side, knowing what you know about how the game has evolved and the players that you're playing for Club to Pickle? What's on your mind that you hope they don't put into place?
Well, I think, so as we saw there towards the end, Kim and Johnny weren't really making many errors, and Dia was willing just to dink with Kim. But as you can see, when Dia pulled Kim wide, Kim just sped up middle. So if you're going to do that, you have to know if Dia's dinking wide that Kim's going to speed up middle. So if I was them, what I would do is I'd get Dia to dink a little bit more to the middle and then also go back behind Johnny. try and open up a bit more, create a bit more space for them to work, so then they can then maybe get it into Kim a bit more towards her feet.
So much less isolating the ball away from Johnny then.
Yeah, I think so. I think so right now, because currently it just seems to be a lot of Dia and Kim playing. So I think Nick has to try and get himself involved in the game as well. So I think the solution is if Dia dinks middle, then it'll open up a bit more, and it won't give Kim the angle to work back cross court to Dia, or even speed up down the middle. Because then, like I said, Nick has to cover line when Dia goes wide there. So let's see what Captain Rob Adams had to say, and let's see what they execute.
Game 2, timing 0-0.
Anyway, from club to pickle, more of the same, please. Let's see, so she saw Dia straight away there, hitting that ball to the middle. She's going back wide again. Let's see if she changed it. There we go. Oh, she did change it up nicely there, and as you can see, Nick was sat waiting, but a little bit of a swing back meant that that ball went long.
But almost everything you said played out in the first point after the gap.
Exactly. There it is, Nick getting involved. I mean, it's kind of similar, I think, to the last match where Luke started to get involved more, and when that happened, they were having success. So it's just whether Nick can do this, have the same effect here. And we've seen the power he can produce. We saw it a lot in the men's doubles.
And plenty on it on that opening serve there as well.
I know, I actually had to reach up from my chair to have a look to see how close it was. I thought it was going to go out, but the topspin really brought that ball down. He loves that short serve. You see, I think Kim makes that short serve when she's in a confident mood. Oh, that's unlucky with the reset there. Just always, when you're trying to reset there on the back foot, it's always a tricky one to get back over. If you can get yourself set quickly and then play it on the front foot, it's a lot easier to make that reset off the smash. Having said that, how hard is it to get yourself set when you're moving back from a smash?
And that point takes it to 3-2 in favour of Kim McLaren and Johnny Adams. The 1 point advantage doubled to 2 now after that return goes into the net.
Another great short serve there from Kim. She's opened up the space. Lovely. I mean, it's a good point there from Come to Pickle, but I feel as soon as Kim hit that serve and then followed it with a drop, Johnny's just got to be a bit more proactive at the net, because he ends up letting that net shot bounce. If he's at the kitchen, he can put that ball away 2-3 shots earlier.
Is that the sort of thing that will evolve as they play together more? As the season evolves, Johnny will start to get a feel for, oh, when that serve is done short, oh, outrageous net cord to finish that point there. No way for Kotecha to get in for that. Do you think as Johnny and Kim play together more, he'll start to sense that short serve and realise that aggression at the net, especially when you inevitably say it to him later?
Well, having said that, so Kim's actually been called in for this fixture, so I don't know how much she's going to play for us, but she's been a great addition to the team for this fixture specifically. So as the day goes on, I'm sure we'll definitely consider them playing them together, because we've only actually got 4 players today. So in an ideal world, they'll play in the next fixture together, and it's definitely something we'll be chatting about Johnny trying to be proactive on that Kim short serve and trying to be aggressive at the net.
And do you know whether playing for you today cup ties her for you for the rest of the season, or have you just put her on a platform for all the other clubs to notice who they may well pull in were they to need a replacement for multiple fixtures through the rest of the season?
I feel that's a question more for Louis or Sam, whether they're cup tied. Last season, I don't believe... Oh, another net cord. Oh, and as Nick, bit of ball abuse there. I have a feeling that might be a warning from the ref. But I think, if I remember rightly from last season, it wasn't... nobody was cup tied. So I think people played for multiple teams. So I'm not 100% sure if they would be.
Well, with the way Kim McLaren is playing today, that is something that I'm sure you'll want to investigate with a sense of urgency.
I will definitely be having that chat with Sam and Louis later. See what we can figure out. There's that speed up to the middle again. And as you can see, Nick had to step wide, and then he tried to come back. He tried to read it, anticipating it, but he still had to step because he's got to cover that line. Because he saw in the last match, Kim caught Luke out down that line.
So is that feet not set causing the error?
Feet not set, and then his paddle's a little bit behind him there. And there it is. See, now Kim's gone down the line, and now that puts Nick a bit on edge. Do I come across to poach? Do I have to stay and cover my line? And that is another thing. One of Kim's trademark shots is the forehand down the line. We had this chat at the end of the last match. I went over, and we were talking about that forehand down the line, and she was saying it's definitely one of her trademarks. I'm sure she'll appreciate me mentioning it on comms for her.
Well, it's been used to great effect throughout the whole fixture. Every time she's been on court, we've seen it.
Just then, a bit of a break for Nick and Dia there. Great point played by them. Let's see if they can add more points to it.
And Johnny Adams and Kim McLaren go 4 points away from sealing this final match of the fixture with an 11-5 lead in the second game after winning the first one 15-10. Adams serving from the top right of your screen to Nick May's bottom left.
Yeah, you saw a bit of a change there. When Nick and Dia won the point, you saw Nick try and come across and play that third and ended up putting it a bit too high. I feel Dia is one of the best at doing the drops from the baseline. So I think what they should be doing now is letting Dia, especially if it's going to Dia, let Dia play that shot, and Nick should be really pressurising the net, putting club to Pickle under a bit pressure. So like here, it should be closing that net down.
So rather than moving across towards Dia's side, going up to be ready to step across on the following shot.
I think so. I think Dia's very, very solid at playing the drop, very consistent with it. So I think Nick can be a bit more proactive at moving forward, and then move around a bit more at the net in that way. Kim is just getting everything at the moment. Oh, just as I say that, I spoke too soon, but she's had an excellent few fixtures here.
The commentator's curse is real.
Yeah, I don't think I'll say anything like that again for a while. Another deep serve from Nick there, and he's gone for the third shot drive. Didn't stay low enough throughout that shot. Lifted up a bit too early.
Everybody behind the barrier craned their neck to see where it would bounce.
Now a timeout from the Mavericks. And I think being a few points behind Nick and Dia, this is always a problem, I feel. When you're a few points behind, it makes you want to try a bit harder, and then errors can happen from that.
You force it.
Yeah. It's just a little bit too much like there. I don't think they'd be doing much wrong by just playing the drop and getting up to the kitchen, and then changing the pattern of not always going wide to Kim. Because as you can see, Club to Pickle have had so much success from that wide ball to Kim.
Have you been surprised that has continued to be the play of the Manageasy Mavericks?
I have a little bit, because I feel on a couple, Nick should have just left his line exposed. I mean, why not? Once you do it once, maybe then that'll make him rethink a strategy. Or if he wants to cover line, Dia has to come across and just sit on the backhand and just block that ball down. But I think this could just be a lack of playing together. I mean, having said that, they have played a few tournaments together. I'm pretty sure they've played a few Pickle Bs and done well.
Oh, they're a great pair to watch. But you're right, Kim McLaren's forehand down the line and forehand through the middle combo has really kept them guessing. It
has, and look at this, they've swapped sides now. Nick's playing on the right, Dia's going on the left. I didn't know you were allowed to do it on a timeout, but I'm assuming you can do it on a timeout. It's an interesting change-up. Because now that means Nick's forehand's in the middle, so if Nick can get in that rally, oh, that's good from Johnny. If Nick can get in that cross-court dink with him, then Dia covers her line. Nick's backhand is right in that middle, which he loves. He loves his backhand, as we've seen plenty of times.
Has it come too late, though? Game point at 14-7. This one to finish the fixture in favour of Club to Pickle if they win this point.
Oh,
and Johnny Adams finishes it off with an excellent shot at the net. A forehand, shoulder height, down to Nick May's feet. Hugs at the net for Kim McLaren and Johnny Adams. Nick Mays and Dia Kotecha tapping paddles in good grace. A well-spirited, hard-fought but really well-spirited match between Club de Pickle and the Manageasy Mavericks finishes 5-1 in favour of Club de Pickle. At the conclusion of these 6 matches within the opening fixture in the Challenger Division of this Season 4 of the Premier Pickleball League, powered by the Pickleball Store. Up soon, we will have the last 2 mixed doubles matches from a Masters Division match. Players from STAK and Palooza taking to the court. We'll have details on player names very shortly. And before we start this second mixed doubles matchup from a Masters Division match between STAK and FRANC, just confirmation of the 5-1 victory for Club de Pickle, taking the blended singles, women's doubles, and all 3 mixed doubles matches, with Manageasy Mavericks winning the men's doubles. And what a delight to have 4 out of 6 matches go to a third set decider, a deciding third game, with a 17-15 deciding the men's doubles at the end, and a 17-15 second game thriller in the women's doubles as well. A fantastic feature match to open the 4th season of this Premier Pickleball League. And now we'll move into a Masters Division match between Team STAK and Team FRANC. We will see Rupert Robinson, bottom left of your screen, and Barbara Kappa, top left of your screen, representing FRANC, take on Wendy Randall, bottom right of your screen, and Alan Hutcherson, top right of your screen. And in this Masters fixture, it's currently 3-1 to Team FRANC over Team STAK, after Team FRANC won the blended singles and both gender doubles, men's doubles and women's doubles. Team STAK won the first mixed doubles matchup. And so now we're moving into the second mixed doubles matchup in this fixture. And just confirmation of how this Masters Division opening fixture of the 4th season of the Premier Pickleball League has gone so far. On the outside courts, Team FRANC winning blended singles, men's doubles and women's doubles. Team STAK winning the first mixed doubles match. And now we will see Team FRANC's Rupert Robinson and Barbara Kappa take on Team STAK's Wendy Randall and Alan Hutcherson. Referee Ava Prodzik just taking on the pre-match briefing, as it is these players' first game on the show court being refereed, establishing how the format will pan out and which team will serve to start the game. And Alan Hutcherson at the top left of your screen of Purple Pickleball. Regularly plays as men's doubles with Ian Banks. Loves a singles game and team events, so today will suit him. Playing with a diadem paddle. Very experienced tennis player, Alan Hutcherson. We may well see that evident in some of the shots played, but an incredibly good pickleball player and an exciting prospect to watch in this match. Time in called by referee Ava Prodzik. Wendy Randall from the bottom of our screen to serve to Barbara Kappa at the top. And an early net cord. Alan Hutcherson, commonly referred to as Hutch, flipping a net cord early. Big arm of apology. Glad to win the point though. Great deep return there from Hutcherson. His first season in the PPL this year. Good finish there from the Team FRANC pair. Up at the net early. Aggressive finish. Winning the point. 2-2. Excellent cross-court play there from Wendy Randall of the West Hearts Wizards Club. Regularly plays her pickleball gender doubles with Elaine Brown. And plays her mix with Philip Cohen. Oh, and the net cord works the other way around. Rupert Robinson with a similar hand of apology, but a big old beaming smile behind it shows that he's not that sad. Grateful to win the point and take the score to a 3-3 draw. Service out the back of the court from Rupert Robinson there, though. There was topspin on it, but not enough to bring it down before the ball passed the baseline. Brief pinch of the bridge of the nose from Hutcherson there. Barbara Kappa to serve from the top left of the screen, down to Wendy Randall at the bottom right. And a third shot lob falling short right into the smashing zone of Alan Hutcherson is punished. That one saw Rupert Robinson take out one of the court barriers, trying to reach it. An effort almost inevitably in vain, as that smash diagonally across the court was not reachable for anybody. Speed up from a touch low there from Wendy Randall after a great backhand poach across to get on to that return with a volley. It's intense and exciting off the top of our screens. We can just see behind, 3 courts down, a dream breaker is being played after a 3-3 draw between Pig and Dinking Partners are Pig's opponents in a dream breaker currently occurring on the outside courts. We're enjoying a tightly fought game between STAK and FRANC, although FRANC have now taken a 4-point lead at 9-5 up after Rupert Robinson with a very strong forehand there. Great play from Wendy Randall, using that Yola paddle on that Franklin X40 expertly to defend the aggressive attacking shot from Rupert Robinson, play the ball cross court, and Barbara Kappa unable to get it back over the net in the reply. the speed up from Wendy Randall there. Rupert Robinson was on it quickly, sending the ball back cross court. And the angle on it too much for Hutcherson.
11-6.
Great cross court deal. Reached out forwards. Wendy Randall reaching forward to take that early. Recently off the back of a gold medal in the 50-plus team event in Cambridge just a couple of weeks ago. Randall also competing in the third season, last year's PPL season for JDS Foods. They won the round robin competition and came second in the finals. Randall playing a key role on that team. Foot fault called there by referee Ava Prodzik. And that one from Randall called out quickly by Barbara Kappa, and similarly fast out call from Rupert Robinson. Both players seeing it out and calling it confidently.
12-8.
What a rally of pickleball there. Rupert Robinson with an ATP defended by Randall. Sent back over. A couple more dinks, and Kappa sending her dink so wide. Just such great quality pickleball. Hutcherson will want that one back. Just falling at the top of the net. Randall will receive this serve from Kappa. Game point down 14-8. Well left by Hutch there. Lets that one bounce off the back of the court. Backed it in case it had bounced in, but was confident it was going to be out the back. They gain the serve and reduce the deficit to 5 at 9-14. Great shot from Rupert Robinson down the line, past Wendy Randall. And the two sides take a minute off the court between the first and second match after a 15-9 victory in the first game of this best of 3. Kappa and Robinson of Team FRANC winning. Wendy Randall and Alan Hutcherson of Team STAK with work to do in the second game to take this to a deciding third. Both sides in huddles very close to one another. I very much doubt they can hear each other, but Mark Eggleton and the sideline for STAK offering words of encouragement to Wendy Randall and Alan Hutcherson. Jess Anderson, part of the PPL organising committee, off on the sideline, chatting to Barbara Kappa and Rupert Robinson, offering words of encouragement too. Another team member of Team FRANC. Rachel Kirk of Nottingham Pickleball also offering some words of encouragement to her FRANC teammates there before we start this second game.
Game 2, timing 0-0.
Barbara Kappa to serve. Excellent third shot approach from Barbara Kappa there, pushing Wendy Randall out wide and letting the resulting cross-court dink that was landing outside the width of the court pass her by for a 1-0 lead. Good return from Wendy Randall there. Wendy Randall off to the Pickleball World Cup in Vietnam, playing in the pre-World Cup matches before she represents South Africa in the World Cup proper afterwards in September of this year. representing South Africa in the 50-plus division at the Pickleball World Cup of Vietnam. That cross-court return there called out by Kappa and Robinson. They serve leading 3-2. And Barbara Kappa splits the STAK pair with a shoulder-height forehand drilled down the middle of the court to double their lead to 4-2 after serve to Randall. Robinson swings his head back in frustration after that drop shot fell short and into the net. What a shot from Robinson. Waited on it and then just drilled with topspin. That ball bounced 6 inches from Wendy Randall's foot, making it so difficult to get back. Hutcherson trying to soften the ball and hit a cross-court drop shot dink with Robinson fairly deep in the court, but just didn't clear the net. Great lob there. Bounced just inside the baseline, applauded by the opponents. Barbara Kappa, one leg up in the air as she hit this second winning shot, just to get the body mechanics in place to really stretch the ball wide, put it across the court rather than giving it the maximum amount of power. It was out of reach and into the barriers off to the side of the court in the blink of an eye. Audible exclamation of frustration from Alan Hutcherson after drilling that drive shot from mid-court into the top of the net, knowing it should have been very, very difficult for Robinson and Kappa to deal with. And as Team STAK take a 9-8 lead in this second match, the FRANC sideline, I think Jess Wilson might have called that timeout as that point came to a close, for Team FRANC to regroup after a couple of points don't go their way. They seemed entirely in control of the first game, particularly the latter stages of that first game. But great work from Alan Hutcherson and Wendy Randall to really make them work so much harder in this second game. They found out how to overcome the challenges from the first game and are really showing some strong play in the second game of this second mixed doubles match in this Masters Division fixture.
15 seconds remaining timeout. Receivers now, server.
Hutcherson to serve from the left side, top right of our screens, from their left side of court, down to Rupert Robinson in the bottom left corner of our screens at 9-8 up for STAK. soft cut shot from Rupert Robertson. Hutcherson tried to return the favour but didn't get the clean contact he wanted.
9-9.
Really engaging cross-court dinking battle evolving from the right side of the courts between the ladies in this fixture. After the previous one went in Barbara Kappa's favour, this one goes in Wendy Randall's favour. Wendy Randall, a keen tennis, golf and runner, having completed a couple of London marathons. A great series of exchanges between both pairs. A couple of brief moments where we thought someone might leave a potential outball, but most of them looked like they were going in and were rightly hit, giving us a really exciting rally up at the net. And a thick net cord contact for Rupert Robertson there to win the point. Hand of apology, but we'll take the point nonetheless. Well played by the STAK pair, with Wendy Randall covering the other side of the court, automatically switching as Alan Hutcherson went across to get that smash at full stretch. Rupert Robertson with a dominant forehand there. Rupert Robinson wanted that one from a long way out. He came running in before the ball had even been struck. And this brings up match point for Kappa and Robinson. A timeout taken by the pair for STAK, Wendy Randall and Alan Hutcherson. They need the next 2 points to avoid a 2-game defeat in this mixed doubles pairing. As we see Hutch and Randall receive coaching from their sideline. Josh Bright offering them some insights before they try and defend at least 2 game points. Wendy Randall taking her place at the back of the court, who recently back from a pickleball coaching holiday in Turkey with PSO. Also played at the US Open in April. Wendy Randall with Caroline Leville. What better reason to go to Florida is there than that? A great line shot from Barbara Kappa with Hutch at full stretch. He can't get it back. And that takes the second game 15-12. Kappa and Robinson of Team FRANC defeating Hutcherson and Randall of Team STAK. 2-0, taking the overall fixture to 4-1. And the last mixed doubles pairing will be up next. as we see the referee, Ava Prodzik, chatting to the players. Tallest with his back to us in the white cap with the peak backwards, Mark Eggleton of Team STAK. Right side of the net, holding a ball behind her back, Francis Bowen-Rayner. Moving behind the net, Justin Meiland in black shirt, just warming his legs up with a little jog there, Justin Meiland. And then bottom left of the screen now, Barbara Kappa playing in this third mixed doubles match, fresh off the back of a win with Rupert Robinson in the mixed doubles match 2. So clockwise from bottom left, Barbara Kappa, top left, Justin Meiland, top right, Mark Eggleton, bottom right, Francis Bowen-Rayner. Black is Team FRANC, grey is Team STAK. The last match, mixed doubles 3 of this STAK v FRANC opening Masters Division fixture will be underway momentarily. Players called in, ready to work out who'll serve first. Looks like Team FRANC will be opening, most likely with a serve from Barbara Kappa. From the top left of our screens down to Francis Bowen-Rayner at the bottom right of our screens.
Game 1.
Time in called.
0-0.
0-0. Game difference may well matter as the season evolves, so both teams will still want to win this one. Justin Meiland just catching the net there with the first point. Mark Eggleton to serve. Just not quite enough on that one from Francis Bowen-Rayner there. And after 2 points, receiving team has claimed it both times, sharing each of the first 2 points, 1-1. And we have our first service hold of the game off of Justin Meiland's serve. Team FRANC taking a 2-1 lead. Barbara Kappa trying to give that one an awful lot. Power over reliability chosen for that one. And while it hit the net knew it.
Side out for 3. 3-2.
And after a series of great shots throughout that point, 2 attempted lobs, 1 from each side, Barbara Kappa's frustration shows on her face after that dink into the net. a great smash. Backtracking at the time, no time to set herself. Barbara Kappa sticks a smash to Mark Eggleton's feet, and his reply out wide of the court. Oh, that one just off the top of the paddle rather than out of the middle. You could see what Justin Meiland was trying to do with it as well. He repeated the motion afterwards. Francis Bowen-Rayner had plenty of time over that one. Just choosing to speed up, but not clearing the net. That one just pushed into the net from Justin Meiland on the backhand out in front of him. Bowen-Rayner and Eggleton serving at 5-6. Younger viewers will be a big fan of the current score, I'm sure. And a foot fault called. On the shot before the replay. That point went to Team STAK. But the serve has been reclaimed emphatically off of the paddle of Barbara Kappa. Firm cross-court smash does not cover it for that shot. And that one sails out. Sad news for Francis Bowen-Rayner, but good news for the rest of us, as I am joined once more by James Lofthouse. Welcome back, James.
Thank you for having me again. I'm glad you wanted me back. Thought I'd have a nice little break. Bit of celebration with the team. Had a nice little meal.
And presumably a second fixture for them this afternoon.
Yeah, actually, they're going... I think we're on the far court, which is a little bit annoying. Starting in about 5-10 minutes or so. We've got time to come and watch some of this Masters action.
Yes, it must be very frustrating to have a room filled with so many pickleball courts that we can refer to some of them as the far courts.
Yeah, that's very true, actually, isn't it? You don't get that often. But yeah, right now it's looking like it's very far away.
Well, we've got an exciting one on this court now, as the point gap only one at 9-10. Up to 2 points in favour of Team STAK, who face an overall match deficit, but a 2-point lead, 1/2 with that shot from Mark Eggleton into the net. Again, one where the game differential may well matter later in the season.
Yeah, I think Mark and Francis will really be trying to win this one. And from what I've seen since I've turned up is both Francis and Barbara have both been very aggressive, which I like to see.
Just ball popping up into Mark Eggleton's chest off of the net cord there. That one potentially a touch low for the speed up.
Yeah, he made it look relatively obvious, swung low and then lifted up too early. So yeah, it wasn't really... That's one of those where you need a really shorter swing on that one. Make it look more like a dink to pull that one off. I do like the intent though. Like there, that was much better. Nice control.
It looks like he can hear you.
I have that effect on a lot of people, clearly.
And as James Lofthouse takes the number of teams he's coached from 1 to 2 today, FRANC take a couple of points and turn what was a deficit into a lead.
Great rally this. And it's a good leave.
That was a great leave, but Barbara Kappa did most of her hard work fetching that smash from Eggleton, and with his height, you don't expect the rally to continue after one of those.
No, but I think we've come to see that power isn't necessarily the best thing, because everybody has very, very good defensive skills. They can read where the ball's going, and what a lob. Francis, what a shot. Good point there.
But a great fetch on the run, off the back of the court. That lob was perfectly placed just inside the baseline there, and that means that Team FRANC take the first game of this best-of-3 mixed doubles match, 15 points to 12, after Bowen-Rayner and Eggleton were ahead on 12 earlier in that game. Based on what you've seen so far, what would you be saying to either of the couples where you stood on the sideline next to them?
I can see it looks like some pretty stern words from Rochelle over there to STAK Titans. I think there's a lot of like when the ball goes to the middle, Justin's trying to initiate that speed up. So I think the best thing that Mark can do is dink wide to Justin's backhand when he gets the chance, or Francis just needs to keep the ball wide to Barbara's forehand, or to her kind of like to her outside foot. I don't think the left foot's a bad idea, but just don't put it too much to the middle where Justin can wind up for the speed up. But I mean, I think it is relatively... Some of the times it is obvious that he's going to do it. So when that happens, Mark just needs to sit middle with his forehand and just counter the ball. So I've got no problem with them if they want to go into that pattern, because you know he's going to speed up. Let's see what they can find here. It was a good spot from Justin, and there... I played with Mark quite a bit, and I'd really like him to move his feet just a little bit more. He's got some great touches and great shots.
Game 2 opens with a 2-point lead created for Team FRANC, carrying that momentum from the first game through to the start of the second game. But that one goes out. Mark Eggleton serving at 1-2.
So I gave my input to the STAK Titans. What would you say to the FRANC team?
If they asked me what I thought, I would tell them that they have asked the wrong person and that they need to find someone who knows what they're talking about. I would probably point them in your direction for much better insight. They can queue up behind the STAK Titans for coaching input.
Got no problem as long as they don't listen in.
And both the paddle and right foot of Mark Eggleton touching the kitchen zone line, that non-volley zone line. The white line part of the kitchen. Touch any part of the line and volley, fault. And the point is awarded to your opponents.
I think FRANC are executing exactly what I'd say to them, which is move Mark around. Mark's trying to stretch and reach a lot of the balls. Francis has been very good at the dinks. Just as I said, look at that pick up from Francis. And oh yeah, so you just got to get Mark moving around, create some more space. and then you can open up the court. Oh, it's good lob.
That
Francis
one's
is
just
keeping-
off the top of the paddle from Barbara Kappa there. Felt comfortable up until she hit it.
It was, and I don't know if there was a bit of pressure on her because Justin was behind, quite close behind, so I don't know if that affected her smash in the end. It's good to see Justin using my paddle of choice.
And what is that he's wielding?
The Luz Blue Inferno. It's a very nice paddle.
Is that what you'll have in your hand tomorrow?
It is. And I'll be using it to produce some magical angles, hopefully.
I think the magical angles will come no matter what you've got in your hand.
I was hoping to have a good old custard cream from a Pickle B tournament in the other hand. Always gives me the energy. Good hands from Barbara Kappa there. And then back to the dinking. Oh, another foot fault there from Mark Eggleton. You see that left foot just moving
left
back.
foot on the line, just slid back as he hit it, but that's not enough. You've got to be fully set, not in contact with the kitchen's own line, to be established to avoid the foot fault call. Great smash from Barbara Kappa. And you're right, the moving mark around creating space has been playing out in the longer rallies since you said it.
Yeah, because a lot of the time he just tries to reach rather than moving those feet. As you can see, that's why there's some kitchen faults. He tries to keep his feet stable and just use his reach, which doesn't always have success. I've just seen one of the owners of STAK over there. I see Josh Bright with a hat on. Hopefully giving his words to help the team out.
After a millimetre perfect lob from Barbara Kappa that was low enough to make Mark Eggleton bid for it while it was in the air, and then he watched it thinking, that'll be out. It landed on the line, on the baseline. Unfortunately, Justin Meiland just not able to sit that drop shot after both players had retreated to the baseline. Didn't get the reward it deserved.
I've got to say, there's been some very nice lobs in this match. I think the quality's been great to see. Good variation of shots all round.
And after winning the first game 15-12, the Team FRANC pair of Barbara Kappa and Justin Meiland have an 11-6 lead in this second game. Do pairs feel a sense of urgency as the opposition creep closer to 15 in a second game, or if you're a game down from the first one?
I feel so. I feel that, you know, if you start making a few mistakes, it does get to you because then you try and overplay a little bit. But as soon as the team reaches 14, I just feel the team that are down just relax so much more, and then all of a sudden they pull a few points back. Then all of a sudden it's like they've got nothing to lose. So we'll see if that's the case here. We'll see, what's that, 12-7 now?
Yep, Kappa serving at 12-7.
I've got to say, that's good movement there from Mark. I do like that from Mark. Moving across, taking that first drive from the middle, and then coming across that follow-up dink. It's just giving them something different to look at. Good defence from Francis here. But Justin's angle was too much in the end.
Amazing for it to last that long, though.
Absolutely. But I think credit to the paddle there for that angle. Absolutely beautiful. I'll certainly be crediting it tomorrow if I make any. Oh. That's a tough one there. So you see Mark got lobbed and you saw Francis go on the retreat to get it because she thought it was going over Mark. Whereas if she stayed put, she would have had a play on that next ball. But it's a tricky one as a partnership there. I mean, especially if they haven't played together before. It's one of those where you want to try and help your teammate out and take it.
And credit to Kappa for a lob that put Mark on the back foot, but also quickly seeing the space after Mark smashed it back to her to put it across into that now open space.
It was lovely placement.
And this is now match point. And one for Team FRANC, who take in 2 games the last mixed doubles match. Team FRANC taking an overall 5-1 victory in the fixture. But friendly embraces at the net, both sets of players. It was played in such good spirit. No contentious calls at any stage, but Kappa and Meiland win that one over Bowen-Rayner and Eggleton, 15-12, 15-10, to bring this opening Masters fixture of the Season 4 of the Premier Pickleball League, powered by the Pickleball Store, to a close. Another Masters fixture coming up shortly. And as we are moments away from the start of Masters Division match, where we will see Team STAK take on Tournated, a roundup of what's happened during the morning. In the Masters Division, Palooza Magnus lost to Pickleball People 4-3 on a Dream Breaker, 3-3 across the regular fixture, but the Dream Breaker went in favour of Pickleball People, winning 4-3 against Palooza Magnus. JDS Foods Fighters beat the Pickleball Hub UK 4-2. Tournated won 4-2 against UK Pickleball Shop. FRANC beat STAK Titans 5-1. The last two matches of that fixture being played on the streamed court around 40 minutes ago. In the Challenger division, on this first weekend of Season 4 of the Premier Pickleball League, Thadia Lock Pickleball beat Pickleball Escapes 4-3, 3-all in the fixture, but the Dream Breaker going the way of Thadia Lock Pickleball. New Wave lost 4-2 to FRANC in their Challenger team, FRANC's Challenger team. Club to Pickle on the streamed court beat Manageasy Mavericks 5-1. Palooza Cortex beat Surrey Smash 4-2. Dinking Partners won an exciting Dream Breaker against Pig Sports. 3-all in the original matches, with the Dream Breaker going Dinking Partners' way. And Friday Pickleball beat Blue Bee PKB 6-0 in the last Challenger match this morning. We're moving into the start of the afternoon fixtures. Some of the Challenger fixtures are already underway. And the Masters fixture between Tournated and STAK should start imminently. And this Masters fixture between Tournated and STAK will start with blended singles, where one of the first two games will be competed in men's singles, and the other of the first two games will be competed in women's singles. At the top of your screen is Alan Hutcherson, who will play singles for the team STAK on the men's side of this blended singles format. At the bottom of your screen is Stephen Lucas, who will play singles for Tournated on the male side of this blended singles format. It looks like Game 1 will open with men's singles, which means in Game 2 we will get to see Rochelle Penrose, representing Team STAK, taking on Tara Jones, representing Team Tournated. If the same team win both the men's and women's singles, that will win the blended singles 1/6 of the overall fixture. If those two games go one apiece, then the third deciding game of the match will start with the men playing singles until one of them reaches 8 points, at which point, at the change of ends, they will also change genders, and the men will leave the court to be replaced by the corresponding women, Tara Jones and Rochelle Penrose, until one of the teams reaches 15, two clear of the opponent's score at the time. And we're underway. Alan Hutcherson taking an early 2-0 lead. What a shot. Cross court, barely skims over the net and lands just inside the sideline. So difficult to deal with for Stephen Lucas. Hutcherson 3-0 up. And that one out for Alan Hutcherson. Stephen Lucas claims his first point of the game and now serves 1-3. Alan Hutcherson quickly wins the serve back. Also worth noting, a change in referee for this match. Tournament director Louis Laville overseeing proceedings on the court for this one. Some great play from the back of the court there from Stephen Lucas, making Alan Hutcherson work for it. Hutcherson's volley just clips the top of the net and falls his side. 2-4. And that short lob from Alan Hutcherson is going to be punished every time by Stephen Lucas. Good combination of power and direction as he pushes it out to the side of the court. Not reachable for Alan Hutcherson. I think the serve was called out and Stephen Lucas had cut the third shot into the net anyway. Incredible shot from Alan Hutcherson there. Stephen Lucas, nothing that he can do other than watch it. Bounces just inside the sideline. Hutcherson taking an increasingly commanding lead, 6-3 up in this one. That net cord not really helping Stephen Lucas, as it meant that Alan Hutcherson was able to come in to the non-volley zone line that much earlier, but Hutcherson puts that serve out, handing service and a point to Stephen Lucas at 4-7. That line drive from Stephen Lucas just started a bit wide and never looked like coming back in towards the court. Hutcherson watched it all the way, but felt comfortable throughout. And that serve from Hutcherson clipping the net and falling into the kitchen zone. That non-volley zone line is no good for a service bounce. It must clear the line, denoting the non-volley zone line. Couple of failed returns of serve for Stephen Lucas sees the gap increase to 11-5. That one just off the edge of the paddle from Stephen Lucas there. Out of the court. 13-5, Alan Hutcherson for Team STAK. Incredible passing shot down the line on the forehand from Alan Hutcherson past the forehand side of Stephen Lucas to take a 14-5 lead and offer up game point. That one falls out on the left sideline. Stephen Lucas correctly calling it confidently and promptly. 6-14. And Alan Hutcherson has called that one out. It bounced the wrong side of the line. The players embrace with a handshake at the net. The game played in good spirit. But a 15-6 win for Alan Hutcherson sees us move into the second game of this blended singles fixture, where Tara Jones will take to the court to replace Stephen Lucas. And she will play Rochelle Penrose of Team STAK in this game 2, in this best of 3 for the first match of this Masters Division fixture, consisting of 6 matches, blended singles, followed by men's doubles, then women's doubles, and then a mixed doubles 3 times, in which every single player representing each team that's present this weekend must play in at least one of the mixed doubles matches. So if the team brings a full complement, 3 men and 3 women, all 6 players will play mixed once. At the bottom of your screen is Tara Jones representing Team Tournated, and at the net, just the other side of the net on your screens, is Rochelle Penrose representing Team STAK. Rochelle Penrose playing her pickleball at David Lloyd, Southampton. Her regular gender doubles partners are Noemi Reynoso and Anna Linton. After taking up pickleball in December 23, she's a former tennis and squash player. She's playing with a Fox paddle. Left-handed. Rochelle recently won gold with Noemi Reynoso in the Alba event in Italy in the over 50s division, and will be appearing in next month's English Open. Referee and tournament director Louis Leville calling time on the warm-ups, warning the players that they need to be ready to start the game imminently. Rochelle Penrose playing singles at this level really is a testament to resilience and grit. After partial knee surgery on both knees in June 2025 and grinding out a recovery to be able to compete at this level so soon after that kind of medical procedure. Tara Jones, co-author of a book on pickleball psychology. Neither of these players will struggle for mental fortitude as they battle it out on the singles court today. And we're underway. Rochelle Penrose serving from the bottom right of your screen. Tara Jones at the top. After a deep return from Tara Jones, she then just drops the ball much shorter on the other side of the court. Very, very difficult to deal with. 1-0. Oh, and that one needed every ounce that it got to make it over the net. Rochelle Penrose with the ultimate drop shot. And a very, very slight net cord helping Rochelle's approach shot. Tara Jones working hard just to make sure she got the contact needed to put the ball back in the court. Penrose already up the court, powered the next shot past Jones. That one down the line from Penrose, called out by Jones. 2-2. 4 points gone, split evenly between the two. Both of these ladies supremely comfortable, hitting the ball hard from the baseline. And an evenly matched opening few exchanges just sees Tara Jones edge out the first 2-point gap. Rochelle Penrose in like a shot after that excellent deep approach shot into the corner of the court. Penrose mid-court for the return shot from Jones and smacks it at shoulder height into the opposite corner. Tara Jones serving at 6-7 in the first game of the ladies singles in this blended singles, after the men's singles went 15-6 in favour of Team STAK, with Alan Hutcherson defeating Stephen Lucas. Rochelle Penrose winning that one and taking a 2-point lead, 8-6 up. Tara Jones taking a timeout at 6-9 down. We'll go over to her Tournated teammates for a strategy chat. Rochelle Penrose will talk to her STAK teammates who are close at hand. Rochelle Penrose, 9-6 up first, back to the court after this timeout. Tara Jones receiving some words of wisdom from husband Graham, who co-authored the Pickleball Psychology book that they wrote together. But that timeout serving its purpose for Tara Jones as the opening service from Rochelle Penrose into the net, reducing the deficit from 3 points to 2. Jones just unable to give enough air under that cut backhand. Penrose had pinned the Jones forehand for the previous 3 shots of the rally and then picked her moment to send it to the backhand side. Same again, repeatedly pinning the ball down the forehand side of Jones, and then when Jones doesn't quite reset in the middle of the court, Penrose puts it to the backhand side and immediately rushes the non-volley zone line. That one from Jones, just a touch softer on the overhead from Jones than Penrose was expecting. And despite having time for it, was on the reach as she struck it. Didn't get it over the net. Side out 8-11. That one just bouncing past the baseline, called out by Rochelle Penrose. A 12-8 advantage. 3 points away from taking this first blended singles match in 2. Tara Jones's return, a cut backhand, doesn't make it over the net. Now 5 points behind and only 2 points from victory for Rochelle Penrose. Touched too much topspin on that one. Didn't get past the net before making that classic nose dive afterwards. That one was into the net. Tara Jones to serve at 9-13. A great retrieval in the bottom right corner from Penrose, but the overhead from Tara Jones too difficult to handle. Tara Jones calling that one out on the top left corner of the court. 11-13. Rochelle Penrose taking a timeout. 13-11 up, but receiving the serve. And the next point. Penrose deep in conversation with coaches Josh Bright, Ian Banks and Mark Eggleton immediately. Tara Jones in conversation. Words of confidence being instilled. There aren't many people to stand on your sideline with more insight into the psychology of sport than the man offering some coaching to Tara Jones right now. 11-13. Great positioning of the ball from Tara Jones, playing the ball wide to one side, then wide to the other side. Rochelle Penrose fully on the run, trying to reach that last one. A rueful look at the floor after that one for Rochelle Penrose. Ball not coming off of the centre of the paddle as intended. It's what nothing you can do about that. Rochelle Penrose takes a full-on net cord and Tara Jones just can't reach it before the second bounce, giving Rochelle Penrose the service and game point in this second game of the blended singles. But Tara Jones has saved it and we go to 14 all. Win by 2. And Penrose using the full width of the court, 2 to the forehand side of Jones, 1 to the backhand side, and immediately approaches the net yet again. Then with the volley, finishes it out of reach on the forehand side of Jones. What a finish to that one. Rochelle Penrose takes that one 16-14. In a fiercely contested match. Both of those ladies hitting the ball so hard. Really high quality singles pickleball in this Masters division at the Premier Pickleball League, powered by the Pickleball Stores, opening weekend. And the men's doubles is up next in this Masters Division fixture between Tournated and STAK. Alan Hutcherson and Mark Eggleton will represent Team STAK. Kevin Fossali and Stephen Lucas will represent Team Tournated. On your screen, at the bottom right of your screen now, Kevin Fossali warming up with opposite his teammate and playing partner Stephen Lucas in the glasses. On the far side of the court, on the left-hand side, Alan Hutcherson hitting with his playing partner Mark Eggleton in the white cap with the peak facing backwards. The 1 minute warning for the end of warming up and the start of the match issued by referee Ava Prodzik. Stephen Lucas just nailing his playing partner Kevin Fossali in the chest off of a net cord during the warm-ups. He's clearly up for this one. And it looks like Tournated will open this men's doubles match with a serve from Kevin Fossali at the bottom right of your screen, up towards Mark Eggleton, top left of your screen. Fast opening exchange at the net. Hopefully an indication of the exciting pickleball we're about to see.
1-0.
Stephen Lucas playing an aggressive shot at the non-volley zone line there. Mark Eggleton just not able to get the paddle up onto it quick enough. And that the first one with some slower paced dinking, but one a touch high from Mark Eggleton. And Kevin Fossali on it very, very quickly indeed. That one called out by Kevin Fossali, and Alan Hutcherson dropped his paddle into the kitchen zone after the shot anyway. That dink from Mark Eggleton just drifting a little bit too far and landing outside the side of the kitchen. And the tornated pair of Stephen Lucas and Kevin Fossali have opened up an early 4-point lead. But the deficit reduced by 25% with that one. Eggleton to serve. Fossali will want that one back, not under a huge amount of pressure, perhaps too much time on it, but that one not clearing the net, and now the deficit is down to 2. Hutcherson trying to do a bit too much, going across court with that one, putting a bit of pace on it, but not giving it enough elevation to make it clear the net. And Fossali putting that serve into the net means that it's 4-6 with Mark Eggleton to serve for Team STAK. And what a net cord to grab for Eggleton with that third shot approach there. Fossali not able to get to it. The net cord just took exactly as much off of the ball as you would want it to. Perhaps the frustration of that previous point's net cord getting to Kevin Fossali as he reaches over the space above the kitchen zone to try and take that one as early as possible, but into the net, and we're tied up now. Excellent reactions from Alan Hutcherson there. Fossali sped up. Hutcherson was on it with the right-handed backhand there, sending the ball back exactly the direction it had come from, winning the point and tying up the score. Mark Eggleton, a waft of the hand at the floor where the ball had bounced, but that ball hadn't come up onto the paddle as cleanly as he would like. And that might well still have been on his mind as he puts that non-volley zone volley into the net on the following point quickly afterwards. Excellent speed up from Fossali there. Impossible for Alan Hutcherson to do anything about it. And the STAK pair have called a timeout as a result. 3 points down at 10-7. Timeout wisely called. You've got to slow momentum like that down as soon as you can. Team captain Ian Banks having a word with Mark Eggleton there. Words of encouragement for the STAK pair who've competed fiercely in this men's doubles match. Meanwhile, for Team Tournated, Stephen Lucas and Kevin Fossali receiving their words of encouragement from teammates Millie Hill and Tara Jones. Tara Jones, who's just competed in the blended singles beforehand. Kevin Fossali to serve at 10-7. The timeout does its job, and the first point afterwards goes to the STAK pair that had called it 8-10. Good covering by Stephen Lucas to get back and get a paddle on it as that lob landed just inside the baseline, but he put too much on the return lob and it bounced outside the back of the court, reducing that gap One more point at 9-10. We've got a game on our hands. And now, after 20 points have been played, they have been shared evenly across the two pairs. Good attacking play from the Tournated pair. Mark Eggleton just not able to get enough on that low backhand. But that serve from Stephen Lucas going into the net means that the side out and the 22nd point of the game goes to STAK. And now they take a 1-point lead as we close in on 15. Win by 2. Game this close may well go further. Tempted by the ATP, Stephen Lucas has put that one into the net. When it's there, it's so difficult not to go for it, even if it's not the wisest option at the time. What defense played by the STAK pair of Mark Eggleton and Alan Hutcherson. And ironically, it was a far weaker shot at the end of the rally that did for them. An exclamation of emotion from Kevin Fossali there. Close game like this, it's so hard not to let emotions run high. Good shuffle across the non-volley zone line from Mark Eggleton there. Played the ball out in front of him. Gave it topspin. Didn't come back. Oh, and game point for the STAK pair. Goes their way. 15-13 to STAK in the first game of this best of 3 men's doubles. Fairly quick turnaround from both pairs of men. Fossali and Lucas ready at the top of your screen. On the left is Kevin Fossali. On the right, Stephen Lucas. At the bottom of your screen, Mark Eggleton serving. Good play from Alan Hutcherson there. That one off of the backhand of Stephen Lucas. Out the side of the court. Well left from Alan Hutcherson there. As soon as it came off the paddler, Kevin Fossali, Alan Hutcherson saying no as he watched it. Didn't even wave a paddle at it. Eggleton snatched at that one somewhat. A very, very fast swing. It's so difficult to control the height the ball travels at afterwards. Foot fault called on Alan Hutcherson as this one. Oh, for Fossali. Oh, foot fault called on Fossali. Point goes to STAK. Hutcherson to serve at 3-1 from the bottom left of your screen. Nothing Mark Eggleton can do to get anywhere near that one from Stephen Lucas. Smart work from Stephen Lucas directing the shot that Alan Hutcherson had run in for across court into the space that Hutcherson had vacated. But Mark Eggleton had made his way across but just could not convert that. Fast hands from Alan Hutcherson there. Fossali got the first one, but the second one into the white net cord at the top of the net. A frustrating one for sure. But 5-3 STAK up in this second game. Well left, strong call of no. Ball out the back of the court and the 2-point difference is restored. That one from Kevin Fossali just bouncing too close to the gap in between Hutcherson's feet. Very difficult to pick it up and give it enough air to clear the net. Second to last shot from Hutcherson just too high. Fossali on the attack, putting it low. Hutcherson defended the first one, but Fossali put the second one away. Great poach across the non-volley zone line from Alan Hutcherson there. Patient dinking at the kitchen here. Great defense off the lob from Alan Hutcherson. And then attacking the first high ball he could. Stephen Lucas pinning the space in between Eggleton and Hutcherson with that one. And after the first game went to 11 all at one stage, the second game 8-8 in this very, very closely fought contest. Both teams continuing to share the points fairly evenly. Hutcherson to serve. And 2 failed serves in a row takes us from 9 all to 10 all. Fossali with the speed up towards Hutcherson, and it just came at him too fast to be able to put that back. It did travel back across the net, but it was outside the court. 11-10. A good lead from Mark Eggleton there as Stephen Lucas's backhand flick travels out the back of the court to give a 1-point advantage to the Team STAK pair that won the first game. And the offensive action and aggression from the Tournated pair pays off there. They finish that one off and bring the scores level at 12 apiece. And a score correction confirming that Hutcherson and Eggleton have 13 and serving. That takes it to 14-12. Game point here. And the Tournated pair have saved the first match point, but they've got one more to save with them serving to avoid a 2-0 defeat. Stephen Lucas serving to Alan Hutcherson at 13-14. Hutcherson just reconfirming the score with referee Eva Porzik. And the second game point, match point in fact, goes begging as well. Defended well by Fossali and Lucas. They'll now serve again at 14 each. That speed up from a fairly low ball position from Alan Hutcherson, unable to come back down inside the baseline, and a 15-14 lead for Fossali and Lucas to take this match to a deciding third game. And nothing Hutcherson can do chasing that one back. That one finishes 16-14 in favour of the Tournated pair. We're going to a third.
No, not the match. Time out, changes, 2 minutes.
Both pairs of men receiving words of encouragement from their sidelines. You can see the gesticulations of Tara Jones and Millie Hill to Kevin Fossali there. Eggleton and Hutcherson receiving words of wisdom from Ian Banks, their team captain. Both of these games won by only a margin of 2 points, the least a team can win by in a win-by-2 format. 15-13 in favour of Eggleton and Hutcherson in the first game, and 16-14 to Fossali and Lucas in the second. It really could go either way. Stephen Lucas takes the match ball from the referee, ready to serve and open up this third deciding game in this men's doubles match. The second match of this Masters fixture after the blended singles concluded with a win for STAK.
Time in, 0-0. Side out, point 1. 1-0. Side out, point 1. 1-1.
Kevin Fossali and Stephen Lucas being applauded by teammate Jules Donald from the sideline. It really can make such a difference to receive encouragement from your teammates during a game.
Side out, point 2. 2-2.
A great flick and then smash from Stephen Lucas on the left side of the court there. Saw where the ball was going before it got there.
3-2. Point.
And that return from Mark Eggleton going long sees game 3 open with a 3-point advantage for the tornated pair of Stephen Lucas and Kevin Fossali. Very athletic smashing there from Kevin Fossali. Hutch holds an apology hand up in the air, but he'll be delighted that the net cord has brought the ball down for 2 bounces before Kevin Fossali could get near it. The push off before that smash was hit. Going on the replay there, Kevin Fossali's left foot bridging the kitchen line. Pushing off like that to volley or smash is a foot fault that costs you the point. Eggleton watching that one all the way, a confidence that it was going to go out, but wisely poaching it just in case it had landed in. He was there ready. Lands out, tying the score up at 7-7. Fossali with a big bid on that one, not disguised, and Hutcherson had moved ready to his react to it, but that one clipping the white of the net, and then the score becomes 8-7. The change of ends at 8-7 rather than a wider margin feels fairly predictable after a 15-13, 14-16 first 2 games, as close as it can be at the turn, with Fossali and Lucas trailing by 1 solitary point. They're already waiting at one end of the court for the STAK pair to take their places. A great shot from Kevin Fossali there. Ball down to the feet of Hutcherson, bouncing at the point in the court where Hutcherson's feet were stood. So difficult to react to and get. Lucas's paddle just not quite up quick enough, pointed off at an angle and sends the ball wide at that one after the ball was sped up directly towards his body. And Eggleton clearly frustrated after not giving that one enough. A bit too much cut on that forehand off of the half volley immediately after a bounce. Patient dinking at the kitchen here. Fossali kicking the ball gently in frustration after that dink just didn't have enough on it. Oh, and Mark Eggleton will regret leaving that one after bowing out of the way. It bounces 6 inches inside the back of the court. And the first 2-point daylight gap disappears. Immediately restored though, after Mark Eggleton offers what can only be described as hollow apologies. (12-10) up and serving from the right. Mark Eggleton to Kevin Fossali, top left. That one pitched up too high from Mark Eggleton. Perfect for the Fossali shoulder height smash. Nothing either of the STAK men could do to retrieve it after Fossali had the ball at his mercy there. And that one too high and too long. The 2-point advantage has disappeared. And as so much of this match has panned out, the scores are level. It feels like the tension is rising. Couple of off-hit balls as a close match comes to an inevitable one-way close win or loss conclusion. Hutch screaming at Eggleton to get to it. He didn't, but it didn't matter as Stephen Lucas had touched the kitchen area with his paddle after volleying the drop shot. Fault for Tournated, point for STAK, and the game comes to an end as this game point it quickly goes the way of STAK, and they win 2-1 in a really closely fought encounter. STAK now take a 2-0 lead in this overall Masters fixture. Next up, women's doubles. Jules Donald and Millie Hill will take to the court for Tournated. Francis Bowen-Rayner and Wendy Randall will take to the court for Team STAK. Confirmation there of Tournated versus STAK. The first 2 matches have gone in STAK's favour. STAK winning the blended singles 15-6 in the men's and 16-14 in the women's. Then the men's doubles couldn't have been closer. STAK winning the first game 15-13, losing the second game 14-16. And winning the third close decider 15-12 in an incredibly tight fought match. And now we turn our attention to the women's doubles, where we will see Jules Donald far right, Millie Hill far left. face off against Francis Bowen-Rayner, near left, and Wendy Randall, near right. Francis Bowen-Rayner warming up in the top left box of your screen, but the bottom right quarter of the court. Plays her pickleball in Roehampton. Has been playing for 2 years using a Yola paddle, right-handed. And we saw her earlier in the mixed doubles match between STAK and FRANC, as we did also see Wendy Randall, who in that top left corner of your screen occupies the far right quarter of the court. And the women's doubles is underway. Millie Hill serving from the bottom right up to Francis Bowen-Rayner, top left. Excellent cut shot from Wendy Randall there, cross court. Really difficult for Jules Donald to advance far enough up the court to salvage that one.
1-0.
Francis Bowen-Rayner's third shot there, just landing on the top of the net, but falling the short side rather than the farther side. An excellent overhead smash there from Wendy Randall, using the lateral width of the court expertly.
2-1.
And Francis Bowen-Rayner showing us with that smash why she won gold in Rota, silver in Sweden, and bronze in Malaga. A great deep return shot there from Jules Donald. Sees the ball land just shy of the baseline, making the third shot especially difficult for the STAK players. Oh, but that one from Wendy Randall just catching the net there. Excellent cross-court dinking exchange before that one for Francis Bowen-Rayner. Just a little too high. Millie Hill on it like a shot.
5-7.
That one out of the back of the court from Jules Donald. Earlier in the rally, under a fair bit of pressure for some excellent cut backhand shots from Wendy Randall as Donald and Hill made their way up the court on the approach. Did really well to deal with those.
Timeout, point 6. 6-8.
And Millie Hill just poached a little bit too far towards the middle of the court. And Francis Bowen-Rayner saw it and pushed her dink as far wide as she felt comfortable doing so without risking putting the ball out to win that point. But the Tournated pair come back with some aggressive play at the non-volley zone. The gap only 2.
7-9. Timeout, point 10. 10-7.
And that dink intended to go short down along the line, sideline of the court from Jules Donald there. Just drifted a little bit further wide, and the gap between the two teams' scores has increased to 4 now, although it'll come down to 3 after that fortuitous net cord for Jules Donald.
8-11. Timeout, point 12.
Bowen-Rayner serving here with her and her partner Wendy Randall up 12-8 in this first game of the women's doubles. Jules Donald hitting 2 net cords that would have almost certainly been winners without the net cord slowing the ball down. But the point goes her way, and she'll serve at 9-12 now. Good waiting on that one from Wendy Randall. Could have volleyed it, briefly considered it, but chose to let it bounce in case it bounced out, which it did. Point for STAK. The Tournated pair of Millie Hill and Jules Donald have called a timeout though, and over to their sideline they go for some words with their team. Cara Jones offering Millie Hill some advice. Now Jules Donald now joins them. Meanwhile, on the other side of the court, we've got Wendy Randall and Francis Bowen-Rayner receiving some instruction from Ian Banks and Mark Eggleton. One of the beauties of this team format, having teammates off the court to offer you encouragement and motivation and strategy during the gaps, whether it's the timeout or the reaching 8 and the change of ends in a third deciding game. Receiving those words of encouragement and strategy, often so helpful. And the players resuming their positions on the court. Jules Donald receiving the serve bottom left from Wendy Randall top right. A good shot there from Millie Hill, putting Francis Bowen-Rayner under some pressure, winning the side out. are now serving at 10-13. Millie Hill mishearing the score called correctly by referee over Prodzik there. And according to the rules of the game, Millie Hill has stopped the point mid-play and therefore forfeits that point. It'll be a side out with Francis Bowen-Rayner to serve at 14-10 after Millie Hill stopped the point because she thought the score had been called incorrectly, but she had in fact called it correctly. STAK offering the let, but that is not in accordance with the rules of the game, and so per the official rules it's 14-10. And Millie Hill has put that one wide. The first game in this best of three goes in STAK's favour, 15-10. There are often different views on whether both teams, if they agree, should be able to take matters into their own hands, which would have resulted in a let being played at 10-13, or whether the rules should stand as decreed, written down on paper with consistency. In this situation, the rules were applied as they should be, and the side out was handed out. Francis Bowen-Rayner served at 14-10. The STAK pair then won that rally, winning that first game 15-10. One of the problems with allowing the let to be played is establishing where you then draw the line. If the line is not where it's originally written down in the rule book, then it becomes a grey area as to where you do then redraw it. One hopes that the Tournated pair of Millie Hill and Jules Donald have put that 10-13, 14-10 point loss behind them as they start in the second game. And they've won one of the first 2 points at 1-1. The metronomic consistency of Wendy Randall and Francis Bowen-Rayner is not going to afford the Tournated pair much in the way of leeway after that, so they definitely need to make sure they're playing at optimum to compete in this second game without allowing the latter stages of that first game to affect them. And I do not think it's affecting them. They may not well have won that point, but they defended a series of overheads from Wendy Randall and Francis Bowen-Rayner heroically in that point. And this second game opens evenly, with the first 6 points being shared between the two teams. Excellent overhead smashing. Millie Hill leaping into the air to fire that finishing shot at the feet of Francis Bowen-Rayner. Unable to retrieve it and send it back. A 4-3 lead for the Tournated pair. And after Jules Donald had gone wide to retrieve that ball, Francis Bowen-Rayner saw the gap in the middle. Her eyes lit up, but the net got in the way of that one. Out call by Jules Donald, challenged by Wendy Randall and Francis Bowen-Rayner, but without the referee seeing it to overrule it. Nothing to be done. Jules Donald offering an indication of the distance that it was out by. Play moves on. 4-6 now. That one just out from Millie Hill. And Wendy Randall left that one confidently, stepping wider than it, but it bounced inside the court. A congratulatory yep called by Wendy Randall, acknowledging the ball's position in, but that serve has gone out, handing it straight back to the STAK pair. And that smash put away by Jules Donald. Nothing short of emphatically. Francis Bowen-Rayner reached for it, but there was no chance of salvaging that. It was off the side of the court and into the barriers before any reach on that ball could have been made. The side out one back for the Tournated pair, but they're under a little bit of pressure now that their opponent's score has reached double figures to try and win a couple of points on their serve and close this gap to make sure that Bowen-Rayner and Randall can't get to 15. There's one on serve. The scores are now level. And an exciting second women's doubles game. A shame to see that fifth shot from Jules Donald fall into the net after such an excellent backhand cut third shot beforehand. Millie Hill smashes her way to recovering the service and an extra point for her team. Scores are tied yet again at 11 apiece. That one out from Jules Donald. 12-11 in favour of the pair from STAK. And a 2-point advantage now created. And as we close in on the latter stages of the game, the calmness and consistency of Francis Bowen-Rayner and Wendy Randall starting to show. Immediately jinxed. Hill and Donald need this one to avoid facing 2 game points. And they've got it. 13 each. An early call of you from Francis Bowen-Rayner. Wendy Randall readjusting her position to get to it, but the ball had travelled just that too far behind her, and that one in the net. Game point for the Tournated pair. And we're going to a third in the women's doubles. As this one, it goes 15-13 to Jules Donald and Millie Hill. Francis Bowen-Rayner and Wendy Randall will seek to reassert the dominance that they showed in the latter stages of the first game, while Millie Hill and Jules Donald will try and ride the momentum that saw them take that second game in a crucial deciding third in about 1 minute's time. And we're off in the third game. First point to Tournated. That third shot drop on the Donald forehand, just not enough on it. And before that point started, both Donald and Hill bouncing up and down, while Bowen-Rayner and Randall much calmer. And that showed in the exchanges there with Donald and Hill, particularly Donald, taking on the attacking shots when they could, which paid off with that last one bouncing just inside the sideline. That one's short though, and it's still level. Good deep shot from Hill. battle of the cup backhands in that early dinking exchange between Randall and Donald. Eventually, as the ball sped up, the point goes in favour of the STAK pair. Randall will serve at 3-3 to Donald. The Tournated pair look slightly perplexed. An early confident outcall from both of the STAK players though. That shot from Donald just going straight to the middle of the court, so both Bowen-Rayner and Randall went for it. Neither of them had great positioning over it before it was going to bounce the second time, winning the point for the Tournated ladies. And perfect depth on that one there as well from Millie Hill. Randall reached for it, couldn't quite get hold of it though. Past the top of her paddle and landed just inside the baseline, bringing the scores back as close as we've been used to seeing them throughout this match and the entire fixture, really. That one just short from Hill. Or that one might have wanted to be left there. Hit by Donald, fell into the net. Perhaps on her mind at the time was that it would be better off left as it was travelling out the back of the court. So often, having second thoughts as you strike the ball means that you don't get a clean contact. Tara Jones leading the Tournated sideline. Mark Eggleton doing most of the chat for the STAK sideline. Bowen-Rayner to serve now. 8-5 up in this third deciding game. Women's doubles match. And the second a Randall dink was a touch too high. Jules Donald was on it. The resulting pop-up allowed Millie Hill to finish the point expertly. And a very, very thick neck cord helping out Frances Bowen-Rayner there. The hand of hollow apology is offered customarily, as is standard in that situation. Great teamwork from the STAK ladies, both covering the middle, and after Wendy Randall didn't reach it, Frances Bowen-Rayner did, but it wasn't enough. The next overhead came firing down at them, and the Tournated pair have taken another point, and we're now at 7-10, and 4 points since the change of ends have gone 2 each way, and the Tournated pair of Donald and Hill are under a bit of pressure to take some points on the serve before the STAK pair of Bowen-Rayner and Randall get too close to 15. 11-7 with a 4-point gap, with Bowen-Rayner and Randall only 4 points away from that magic 15 to take the win. Excellent overhead smash from Millie Hill there. Very, very difficult to have time to do anything when the ball's travelling that fast. And Frances Bowen-Rayner offers an applause, hand to paddle. Had a great down the line passing shot. She chose to leave it and regretted it moments later as it bounced just inside the line and just inside the baseline as well. Postage stamp moment in the back right corner of the court. And Millie Hill and Jules Donald are suddenly up for this one with exuberant celebrations at the Millie Hill backhand, through the Wendy Randall backhand and into the back of the court. A timeout has been called by the STAK pair as they yielded most, but not all, of the advantage on the scoreboard. They're up 11 points to 10. And it felt like there was a real shift in momentum with 3 points in a row going in favour of the Tournated pair. Their body language was starting to change, so a well-timed timeout call by the STAK team. Ian Banks, Rochelle Penrose and Mark Eggleton all working on the coaching, telling Frances Bowen-Rayner and Wendy Randall what's needed to get those last 4 points and get over the line. And it might well be more than 4 points if it stays close. And the timeout does its job as the run of points for Tournated comes to an end after an awesome long rally with a lot of hard hit shots. Jules Donald had her hand up during the opening exchanges of that point. The players will convene for a meeting at the net after that point, where during the serve and return, Jules Donald had her hand up in the air to indicate that she hadn't had time to get into position. So the point awarded to Team STAK after Jules Donald's hand-waving in that point has apparently cost them the point. Any stoppage in play not justified is considered a fault, And if Jules Donald's hand was the reason that Wendy Randall stopped playing, then the fault is allocated to Jules Donald and a point awarded to the STAK pair as a result. Don't worry about it. At 14-11, there's at least 3 game points for the Tournated pair to save. The first one is saved. 2 remain. Millie Hill will serve at 12-14. Wendy Randall and Francis Bowen-Rayner only need one of the next 2 to get over the line and take the win. And they've got it. Wendy Randall and Francis Bowen-Rayner hug before embracing Jules Donald and Millie Hill at the net. And that end result means that STAK can't lose in the regular fixture. If they were to lose this one, they'd have to lose all 3 mixed doubles and the Dream Breaker after taking blended singles, men's doubles, and women's doubles. That means that STAK can breathe slightly easier as they need one of the remaining 3 matches, all of which will be mixed doubles formats. The first of which will start in a couple of minutes' time. And confirmation on your screens that STAK have taken the blended singles 15-6, 16-14. They took the men's doubles 15-13, 14-16, 15-12 in an incredibly close encounter that looked like it could go either way in all 3 games. And women's doubles went in STAK's favour 15-10, 13-15, 15-12. So Tournated are left needing all 3 mixed doubles matches to go their way to take this fixture to a Dream Breaker. And as referee Ava Prodzik calls balls in at the end of the warm-up period, we see Stephen Lucas in glasses, handing a ball to the referee, and Rochelle Penrose also in glasses, now handing a ball as well. Just at the top of the screen, walking between the barriers. Jules Donald with a water bottle in hand, making her way back onto the court. So Lucas and Donald, Stephen Lucas and Jules Donald in orange, leaving the left side of your screen. Now at the bottom of the court, we'll take on Rochelle Penrose and Mark Eggleton. Mark Eggleton in the white cap at the top of your screen, at the back end of the court. He'll move up to the right-hand side to play left side, with Rochelle Penrose on the left side of our screen playing right side. Stephen Lucas will play left side at the near end, and Jules Donald will play right side. As is so common when the players are right-handed, and 3 of these 4 are Rochelle Penrose, who, as a right-handed female, would probably still play right side, but as a left-hander, benefits the STAK pairing to have both forehands down the middle of the court. Well, it will do in a minute.
1-0.
A great approach shot from Stephen Lucas, followed up by a hard hit from Jules Donald, but that last shot just drifting outside the left sideline. And the early first 3 points of this one suggests it's going to be a hard-hitting encounter between these 2 pairs of players. Lucas going for a fairly attacking, hard-hit drive there, but not enough air under it to make it clear the net. 2-2. And a third shot drive from Mark Eggleton there to Jules Donald's right-hand side of the court. That one from Mark Eggleton just outside the left sideline. Stephen Lucas waiting for it to bounce, then quickly catching it.
3-3.
Score at 3-3. And Rochelle Penrose exhales aloud after that one that she would normally be expecting to put a fair bit of pace on over the net, drop that one into the net. And those 2 forehands in the middle of the court that I had predicted would be helpful, proving less than helpful thus far. Great assertion from Rochelle Penrose, attacking whenever she can with that left-hand forehand through the middle. Too much air on that one from Jules Donald though. That's out the backhand side of the court. Point for STAK. This Tournated still leading up until that moment. Now 5-5, scores are tied.
Side out, count 6. 6-5.
That lob effort from Jules Donald just didn't have enough on it to make Mark Eggleton and Rochelle Penrose move backwards towards the back of the court. They both competed for the smash in the middle of the court. Realistic, I think Mark's height means it'll be him taking shots like that on.
Point.
we're getting to enjoy another really close encounter between these two sides. A great drive from behind the baseline from Stephen Lucas there. Very, very difficult for Rochelle Penrose to deal with. Jules Donald's third shot there, just not got enough on it. Going cross court, there's just that extra bit of distance that it needs to travel. Mark Eggleton very deep for that third shot drive. Just didn't get enough height underneath it. Lots of topspin, kept the ball low before it crossed the net rather than after. Stephen Lucas looking around uncertain. Rochelle Penrose celebrated, but Stephen Lucas not making the out call confidently enough to be able to make it now. Generally the rule is if you're not sure it's in. Excellent dipping shot, just passes the net there. Very, very difficult to reach that far across the kitchen zone and scoop that back out. Forces players to wait for the bounce and back off from it a little bit. Jules Donald taking on the difficult volley but not getting it over the net. But makes up for it with one there. Full net cord, rolled up and over. Mark Eggleton reaching in to get it before the second bounce, but unable to get enough vertical on it to get it back over the net, straight into the net on an upwards trajectory. Stop the ball, point tornated. Stephen Lucas, not to be outdone, tries for a similar one, but doesn't quite pull it off the same way his teammate Jules Donald did the previous point. Mark Eggleton pouncing across the kitchen line there to get on that. The first one came back to his almost disbelief, but quickly reacting and adjusting, he put the second one down the middle of the court between Jules Donald and Stephen Lucas to take a 12-10 lead in this first game of the first mixed doubles match. Stephen Lucas poaching across, hitting it early, catching the net cord, throwing Mark Eggleton off with his shot. Ball into the net. 11-13. And Eggleton very frustrated with that one. Pushing the ball down the line towards Jules Donald, just didn't get enough under it. Both tornated players going for the ball there in the middle of the court. Unclean contact. Ball across both paddles and off to the side on their side of the court. Rochelle Penrose picks the ball up, ready to serve the next point. 14-12 at game point. You can see her enthusiasm to try and push this one over the line. A fierce competitor, serving at 14. 14-12 to Penrose and Eggleton. Eggleton's foot just seemed to get stuck as he made his way across to take that one. The first game point is defended by Donald and Lucas, but they're serving this second one. And that first game comes to its conclusion. 15-13 in STAK's favour for Rochelle Penrose and Mark Eggleton. Victorious in that first game over Jules Donald and Stephen Lucas. Minute or so's break, bit of water, a face toweling before game 2 of this first mixed doubles match will get underway. Some strategy being input from both sidelines after that first game. The rest of the team, Tournated, will have been analysing how to help Lucas and Donald defeat Penrose and Eggleton. The STAK sideline, Ian Banks and Francis Bowen-Rayner there, will be trying to work out the reverse, how to help Rochelle Penrose and Mark Eggleton overcome Stephen Lucas and Jules Donald. If STAK are to win this first mixed doubles, that secures the overall victory. If Tournated win this first mixed doubles, the fixture stays alive. Jules Donald and Stephen Lucas stood at the top of the court together, discussing their approach to this second game. It was super close, 15-13. Almost always means it could have gone either way, and it really did feel like that first match could have gone either way. Rochelle Penrose and Mark Eggleton stood together at the bottom of the court. Referee Eva Prozic will make her way to her officiating position from the centre of the court to the sideline at one end of the net and call time in.
Game 2, time in, 0-0.
Penrose to serve from the bottom right. To Jules Donald, top left. A clear effort to send Penrose in for the volley. So Eggleton drove the ball from deep and Penrose went up and she just couldn't reach it to volley it in an attempted shake and bake. And then that net cord just helping Tournated win the point at the end there.
Side out, point 1-1.
That third from Penrose just catching the top of the net there. Excited to see whether Penrose and Eggleton try that shake and bake, sending Penrose in early on that third shot drive from Eggleton. Oh, just tucking that one into the net. Ball high enough to be smashed for sure. 3-1 lead for Donald and Lucas at the start of this second game.
3-1.
A really well hit shot from Stephen Lucas. It's defended brilliantly from Rochelle Penrose, but just 2 shots later, Penrose has put her volley out wide right of the court.
Side out, point 2. 2-4.
Excellent play from Stephen Lucas there. Pinned one to Rochelle Penrose's left foot, then the second one out wide of Rochelle Penrose's right foot. So difficult to shift direction, having gone one way to go the other when you're hitting the ball back and forth at such close quarters. Too little time. That serve from Stephen Lucas out the back of the court though. Maybe 10 inches past the baseline.
3-4.
Jules Donald really working the angles with those dinks. Eventually pushing the margins just a little too hard and missing with one, but he had Mark Eggleton wide left and Rochelle Penrose wide right at the same time from 2 consecutive dinks at one stage in that rally there.
Side out, count 6. 6-4. Side out, count 5. 5-6.
And 3 excellent forehand flicks from Stephen Lucas at shoulder height. Very, very tough to deal with them. Getting the first 2 back was impressive, but the third one impossible.
Side out, count 6. 6-7.
Eggleton growling after putting that one in the net.
8-6.
More strong forehand, shoulder height action from Stephen Lucas. A timeout taken by the stacked pair of Rochelle Penrose and Mark Eggleton. Ian Banks on the sideline immediately offering input. He clearly has a specific strategy. Josh Bright also making his way over. There's a specific topic of discussion there for sure. Although the Tournated team are not far away. At 10-6, Jules Donald and Stephen Lucas have a 4-point advantage and 5 more to get to 15. So after this timeout, Penrose and Eggleton will be under a touch of pressure to start winning points on their serve to try and close this gap before they get towards game 2 going the wrong way for them. And if Donald and Lucas do reach 15 before Penrose and Eggleton close the gap, that will see us take yet another one of these matches to a crucial deciding third game. Lucas trying to put one down the side after Eggleton had poached across to the middle of the court, but just pushed it too far. Eggleton relieved to watch that one bounce outside the court, I'm sure. Quick hands from Eggleton, paddle raised. As soon as Donald hit that one, puts it back down at Donald's feet. That 4-point gap has been closed to 1. And that's brought it back to 10 points each. The timeout they called doing all of its job and more. Serve called out wide. Penrose's serve outside the left sideline. Lucas will serve 11-10 up. Frustration on the face of Rochelle Penrose. Heads over for a quick towel wipe. Getting the sweat off the palm that's holding the racket. Crucial for a good grip. Mark Eggleton trying to put that one back after a strong drive from Stephen Lucas. And Penrose pins the ball in between Donald and Lucas, straight down the middle, through the gap. Necessary there, or they would have faced 3 game points. But they'll still face 2. The first game point goes begging. Jules Donald serving into the net. Eggleton will serve it back to Lucas. Still on game point though. And Stephen Lucas does a roll forehand volley. Rochelle Penrose gets her paddle to it lightning quick, but it falls in the net. And that means that we will go to a third in this first mixed doubles match between Rochelle Penrose and Mark Eggleton against Jules Donald and Stephen Lucas. 15-13 to Penrose and Eggleton in the first. 15-13 to Donald and Lucas in the second. Both teams grabbing 28 points. We'll see who gets more in the third game in a minute's time. And the third game is underway. Jules Donald just pushing that cross-court shot approach, trying to get to the kitchen line a little bit too far wide. Rochelle Penrose leaving it. A 1-0 lead for the STAK pair at the start of this deciding third game. And Stephen Lucas, absolute power on that smash there to grab the first point of this third game for Tournated. They were at risk of falling a little behind in a game, in a match that's seen them exchange serves and have more side outs than points on serve. So falling 3 or 4 points behind is a risk, but they've closed that gap to 1, and we're back in a standard ding-dong battle. Excellent speed up from Jules Donald there on the backhand. As the ball came over, she knew what she wanted to hit and lasered the ball at Mark Eggleton, who couldn't quite get it back. What a retrieval to nearly get that. Rochelle Penrose's smash was out so wide. Jules Donald did so well to reach it. Pointing it anywhere near the court was outstanding work. It went out, but it was a great fetch. And during that point, Eggleton similarly fetched a smash from Stephen Lucas back and kept the point going. Neither of these efforts were rewarded. Both of them deserved to be. One in each direction. We carry on. Oh, and Stephen Lucas will be frustrated to put that one in the net. It was begging to be hit. On one of the outside courts, the Manageasy Mavericks that featured in the matches this morning are playing against the Surrey Smash, and there's a dream breaker ongoing. So they finished 3 each in across the matches, and that one will be decided by a dream breaker. And as is always standard, in a game to 15, in a third deciding game, after the teams have been at one end for game 1, the other end for game 2, they will change ends when the first team reaches 8 points. Penrose and Eggleton take an 8-4 lead as they make their way down the court. Donald and Lucas will look to reduce that as quickly as possible after this brief break in the middle of this third game in the first mixed doubles. And there are some high fives appearing on that outside court where the Manageasy Mavericks played a dream breaker against Surrey Smash. The look on the faces of the Manageasy Mavericks suggests that they've won that one. It would be a shock to find out they've lost it based on the high fives that are being exchanged. Mark Eggleton just not quite in the right position hitting that one. And it fell a touch short. And that brings the gap down from 4 to 3. What a poach across the court from Stephen Lucas there. Jules Donald saw him coming, stepped out of the way, and he's laser beamed that one down the middle. And now they serve Tournated. Jules Donald serving from the top left of your screen at 6-8. Foot fault, right foot. Called on Mark Eggleton beforehand, and so the point goes to Tournated. And that change of ends has served the purpose of a timeout for Tournated, with them overhauling 3/4 of the deficit they faced when they went up to the far end of the court. Stephen Lucas moving across as well, and he took a little bit off that one. He's been hitting it hard, and both Penrose and Eggleton were expecting him to hit that as hard as possible after the recent shots he's been blasting down the court at them. Top spin on that one from Penrose, saw it just dip onto the bottom side of Jules Donald's paddle. Not returned, and a point advantage restored for the STAK pair of Penrose and Eggleton. But the Stephen Lucas smash steps in again. Feet close but not on the non-volley zone line there. Good footwork from Stephen Lucas, making sure that he doesn't get called for a football, sacrificing a point won into a point lost. And after watching Stephen Lucas fire a few smashes down the court towards him, Mark Eggleton says, "I'll have some as well, please," and sends a smash down too fast to be returned by Jules Donald. And it should come as a surprise to no one that this third game could not be tighter. 1 point in it.
10-9. Side out from 10.
And the pairs continue exchanging points. Since that 4-point deficit at the change of ends was overcome, now the pairs seem to be swapping points side out after side out.
Side out point 11. 11-10. Football, 5 points.
Foot fault called on Stephen Lucas by referee Eva Broadzik. His foot did drift across the line. Unclear on the replay whether it was in the air or on the ground.
I saw a foot.
By the time you dangle your foot over the kitchen that close to the ground, though, you can only expect to be called a foot fault.
12-10.
Excellent defensive work from Eggleton and Penrose, with Lucas firing bombs at them. And then after recovering, they went on the offensive and took the point. Nothing to be done about that one, though. Stephen Lucas firing the ball too wide for Rochelle Penrose to get on. And a critical one for Tournated to win. For they now serve with Penrose and Eggleton on 13. And if they had lost that point at 10-14 with 4 game points to face. But Lucas has found another one and brought it back to within 1. Right foot on the first one, left foot on the second one, toes millimetres away from that non-volley zone line, but stayed clean, put the smash away, and now Jules Donald serves, 12-13 down. Patient dinking from both ladies there. Rochelle Penrose and Jules Donald just sending the ball diagonally cross court to each other, trying to keep it low, knowing that both men were itching to step across and poach anything that was too high. This is the first of at least 2 game points. And the first one goes begging. It's to guarantee a win for STAK overall on the fixture, to take a 4-0 lead in matches across a 6-match fixture. Stephen Lucas and Jules Donald must defend this one as well to keep the fixture alive. But they can't. Hugs for Rochelle Penrose and Mark Eggleton. And then at the net, consolation embraces for Jules Donald and Stephen Lucas. STAK have taken this last game and a 2-1 victory in the first mixed doubles match for a 4-0 lead in the fixture overall. There's confirmation on your screen there. STAK taking the first one, the blended singles 15-6 and 16-14. Men's doubles went STAK's way, 15-13, 14-16, 15-12. And we've been so fortunate to have so many games go to 3. And the women's doubles, 15-10, 13-15, 15-12. And the mixed doubles, 15-13, 13-15, 15-13. A win in the fixture overall for STAK, but Tournated will be itching to not only avoid a 6-0 result, but also to make sure that their games differential is the least unfavourable that it can be in this situation. So without the fixture to play for, there is still the games differential to play for Tournated. Tara Jones and Kevin Fossali will take to the court for Team Tournated. Alan Hutcherson and Wendy Randall will take to the court on behalf of Team STAK. Players will knock up for 2 minutes before we get this second mixed doubles match underway. Players congregating at the net before this one gets underway. on your left, Tara Jones and Kevin Fossali making their way back to the bottom of your screen now. Tara Jones on the right, Kevin Fossali on the left. Top of your screen, Wendy Randall lined up to receive the serve on the left. Alan Hutcherson at the net on the top right of your screen. Alan Hutcherson will probably wish he'd left that one alone, sending that one out the back of the court, perhaps wondering whether to leave it whilst he hit it.
1-0. Side out, point 1. Side out, point 2. 2-1.
Excellent fast hands from all four players. But the spin on that last one from Kevin Fossali just dragged the ball away from Wendy Randall. He swung a paddle at it, missed it by less than an inch.
Side out, point 2. 2-4. Side out, point 5. 5-2.
Wendy Randall lasering that one across the net, just close enough to have the trajectory changed by a net cord, and Kevin Fossali unable to adapt. Alan Hutcherson will serve from the top right of the screen to Kevin Fossali, bottom left. That one just pushed too far and too wide by Tara Jones. Wendy Randall committing to leaving it early on.
5.
Another one, just a touch too far wide. Maybe a strategy for Tournated, trying to push Randall out wide to create space down the middle. Hutcherson hitting that one right into the zone occupied by Kevin Fossali. Fossali got his paddle on it, but when it's a defensive reaction like that, it's so difficult to direct the ball, and it didn't pass the net. Dominant forehand from Fossali to finish that point off.
6-6.
Wendy Randall thinking about leaving that one as she hit it. Not the contact she wanted.
7-6.
Fossali's telling himself he should have driven that one deep behind the court.
7-7.
That previous third shot drop effort that went into the net, that wasn't a drive as he would have preferred, maybe on his mind as he put that one into the net as well. After being pushed so far wide, Tara Jones not quite able to get back to the middle of the court. And the STAK pair of Alan Hutcherson and Wendy Randall, both experienced tennis players, clearly focused on using the space of the court and the geometry of the shots to try and move their opponents around and create the space rather than hit winners through them. Fossali sends one back at Alan Hutcherson. Hutch had put one on Fossali earlier in the match. Quick apologies from Fossali. Hutcherson unfazed. That one not quite brought his paddle around and over the ball as much as he'd want. Bit too much cut. Not the shot he was after. Out the side of the court from Alan Hutcherson. And Team Tournated could quite rightly feel a touch aggrieved to have the overall match score in the fixture be so heavily swayed in favour of STAK after taking all of the matches significantly closer than that scoreline would indicate. Like, all of the matches have been closely fought and could have gone either way. Every single doubles match to 3 games and could have gone either way. And STAK have just found that little bit extra when the stakes rise and you get closer to the end and crunch time is upon them. The STAK players have found a way to get over the line, and the Tournated players have been left on the wrong end of 2-1 doubles matches 3 times. But they have fought valiantly in all of the fixtures and certainly deserve something from this fixture. Tara Jones and Kevin Fossali take back to the court to try and make sure that happens. But the 12-9 advantage that Wendy Randall and Alan Hutcherson have established will need to be overcome for that to occur in this first game here now. Randall to serve. Jones to receive. Jones perhaps a touch far from the net to try and play that shot. Hutcherson was ready, waiting for it if it came over the net. And Randall puts her palm across her forehead after putting that one into the net tape. Excellent retrieval from Tara Jones after that net cord had helped out the STAK pair, but Fossali just could not cover the entire court. Jones forced off the court by that one, and now Jones and Fossali will face 4 game points in this first game. That's one defended. Good deep return. And that first game goes to Wendy Randall and Alan Hutcherson. 15-11. Tara Jones and Kevin Fossali with some work to do moving into the start of the second game. Try and overcome the strategies employed by Randall and Hutcherson. Stephen Lucas offering some input with Kevin Fossali off to the side of the court there. The STAK sideline looking a touch more relaxed now that they've secured the overall fixture victory. Ian Banks has left his seat and wandered down the sideline of the court, but he's watching the warm-ups on court 2 and is now heading out of the building. So he's leaving this match safely in the hands of Hutcherson and Randall. Excellent job Ian Banks has done captaining this STAK team. They really have closed games out, as all of these tight matches have gone to the wire, and when timeouts have been called, he's done his job on the sideline for his players, and they've done their job on the court. Fossali and Jones will now try and overcome this one game that they are behind by. And Alan Hutcherson has put that one just out of the back, having a real word with himself as he makes his way back and around to receive the service from Kevin Fossali. He makes that back up in the very next point, though. Clearly an effective word with himself was had. Cut backhand third shot down the line to Tara Jones from Alan Hutcherson, just not clearing the net there, leveling the scores up at 2 apiece. And Randall lets another one of those cross-court shots from Tara Jones that's just been hit a little bit hard. Tara Jones is hitting those cross-court shots from deep in the court, so they need a bit more on them than a dink would do. And 3 or 4 of them have just escaped outside the far sideline for her. A great third shot from Alan Hutcherson there. Put Kevin Fossali, who had poached across to the middle of the court, on the absolute stretch, and a foot fault on Kevin Fossali called, taking the score to 5-2. And Hutcherson and Randall play mirroring cross-court top spin shots. One sending Fossali out wide, putting Tara Jones to the middle of the court, and then Wendy Randall repeating a mirrored version of the shot out wide past Tara Jones. That one into the net incurs the self-wrath for Alan Hutcherson. Serve from Kevin Fossali out the back of the court. And Fossali has sent the ball down to the STAK players for them to serve with a large amount of wrath attached to it. Hutcherson just with that third into the net there. Side out. 4-7. Jones to serve. Randall receiving. Excellent cut, backhand cut from Alan Hutcherson. Fossali, a very, very rapid player, can't get there before the second bounce, and his momentum takes him past the net. Long way to make it back to the court for the following rally. Handily, he's up at the net for this one, though. That return from Alan Hutcherson out the back of the court. Kevin Fossali watching it just in case, but confident that it wasn't going to land in. Brings the score a touch closer. But the 3-point lead for Team STAK is restored with that one from Hutcherson, wide of Jones.
9-6. Point. 10-6.
Return from Tara Jones out the back brings Team STAK's score to 11. They need 4 more and they're ahead by 5. The Tournated pair need to go on a run to close this gap before that 15 points starts to be reached by Team STAK here.
7. 11. Side out point 12. 12-7.
Dominant overhead from Hutcherson there.
37. Point. 47. Side out point 8. 8-14.
Match point here. Wendy Randall's put the return out the back of the court. But Team Tournated are going to have to go on a
30.
5-point run from now, 6 including that previous point, to avoid defeat in this second game. Oh, and what a way for STAK to take that match with a full net cord dropping on the Tournated side. Tara Jones had no chance of getting it. Hutcherson holds his hand across his face in an acknowledgement of the ridiculous way for that one to finish. But that's a victory for Team STAK, 15-11, 15-9 in the second out of 5 matches not to go to 3. And that one takes STAK to a 5-0 lead in this 6-match fixture. The last mixed doubles 3 match will be competed between Millie Hill and Kevin Fossali, playing against Francis Bowen-Rayner and Mark Eggleton in a couple of minutes. In other news, there at the far end of the hall, Club de Pickle, who featured on this show court stream this morning, defeating Manageasy Mavericks, are in a dream breaker with the Challenger FRANC team. Just in the back distance, you can see the crowds of players around that farthest court where there's a dream breaker occurring after that match has finished 3 apiece. Blended singles, men's doubles, women's doubles, and 3 mixed have been shared equally between those 2 teams, and that match will be decided by a dream breaker between Club de Pickle and the Challenger FRANC team. warming up on court now before this final mixed doubles game of the fixture. Bottom left of your screen in the white cap with the peak facing backwards is Mark Eggleton. Opposite him, warming up with him, at top left of your screen at the net is Francis Bowen-Rayner. On the right-hand side of your screen, you've got Kevin Fossali hurdling the barriers. He's at the top right now, and he's warming up with Millie Hill. Bottom right of your screen, Millie Hill and Kevin Fossali of Tournated will take on Mark Eggleton and Francis Bowen-Rayner of Team STAK. And warm-up time is over. We'll go into this final match, the third mixed doubles matchup between Tournated and STAK here. Millie Hill has walked away with the ball off to the left-hand side of your screen. So we can expect Tournated to serve with Millie Hill playing on the right side. She'll serve to Francis Bowen-Rayner to open this first game of this last match of the day.
0-0.
And as the first point is played on this one, we're pretty confident that FRANC PKL in the Challenger League have defeated Club de Pickle in that dream breaker in the Challenger division on the outside courts. This one here, a patient dinking exchange, finishes with a slightly high one from Millie Hill, but Francis Bowen-Rayner pounces on it but puts it in the net. And a 2-0 lead for the Tournated pair is established early on in this one. And Millie Hill pushes that one between Francis Bowen-Rayner and Mark Eggleton. They both leave it. Initially, Hill and Fossali had celebrated that one, thinking it had bounced in, and their out call from Francis Bowen-Rayner has been deemed unclear at first, but accepted now that she's made the call. They held on to the ball, ready to serve, indicating that they had thought that the ball had bounced out. And once the confusion was resolved, the following point was played. Won by Hill and Fossali, taking us to a 4-1 scoreline in favour of Tournated. A great battle exchanged between Millie Hill and Mark Eggleton before Kevin Fossali rued the dink down the line to Francis Bowen-Rayner's forehand that he pushed just wide of the court. Similar body language. The very next point from Francis Bowen-Rayner after that one fell into the net. That one just out the back of the court from Millie Hill there. Mark Eggleton moved to one side, confident that it wouldn't fall in. After such a deep return from Millie Hill, both Francis Bowen-Rayner and Mark Eggleton were well off of the back of their baseline. Kevin Fossali went for the right decision, a drop shot, but just didn't give it enough to get it over the net. If it had been on, it would have won the point. backhand overhead from Millie Hill, just not brought down enough. The ball was high, it was hittable, but the base of the paddle led, opening the face up, sending the ball too high out the back of the court. Excellent shot from Kevin Fossali there down the line past the advancing Francis Bowen-Rayner. Fabulous backhand volley flick from Francis Bowen-Rayner down the sideline past Kevin Fossali, who had poached the middle of the court somewhat, leaving his sideline a touch exposed. Two attacking shots, one from Fossali, one from Hill. The first one kept in. The last one, Eggleton just dropping it over the net, but outside the kitchen sideline. Good leave from Francis Bowen-Rayner. Strong commanding note call from Mark Eggleton as well, and both players smile and exchange a paddle tap afterwards. That one not quite making it over the net there, giving us Bowen-Rayner and Eggleton a 2-point advantage at 9-7. And while this sixth match between Tournated and STAK continues, after an earlier start this morning for the Challenger Division, the results of all of the afternoon matches for the Challenger Division, which is now completed. All the morning matches were completed and afternoon matches are now done as well. Manageasy Mavericks have beaten Surrey Smash 4-3 on a Dream Breaker. FRANC PKL have beaten Club to Pickle 4-3 on another Dream Breaker, so exciting on the outside courts this afternoon. New Wave Pickleball have beaten Pickleball Escapes 4-2. Pig Sports have beaten Palooza Cortex 4-2. Dinking Partners have beaten Blue Bee PKB 4-2. Not the start Blue Bee PKB will have wanted on their opening Challenger season. And Friday Pickleball have had a great day, winning their morning match and also winning against Thaddeus Lock Pickleball 4-2 this afternoon. That league table will be interesting viewing later on. Eggleton giving that one too much, and that brings it back. We've got a close game here, as so much of this overall fixture has been close within the games. Despite a fairly one-sided overall match tally, the games themselves have all been closely fought. Eggleton just on the stretch, not able to give that one enough. And the score, as has so often been the case throughout this afternoon Masters fixture between Tournated and STAK, the score is level yet again. Excellent coverage from Fossali. And fabulous play from both the Tournated players, covering the court, switching, really in tune with one another, keeping that rally going. But the STAK players, Francis Bowen-Rayner and Mark Eggleton, just finishing that point off. They never yielded the advantage they had established while the Tournated players were switching. And Francis Bowen-Rayner exclaims aloud, oh, after pushing that dink. She was trying to return to Kevin Fossali, who had just hit it to her, but into the net. And now Hill and Fossali have opened up a lead, and they face 2 game points. And a great shot from Francis Bowen-Rayner across court. Millie Hill on the scramble just couldn't keep the ball in. So the first game point is defended by Eggleton and Bowen-Rayner, but they'll serve on this second game point at 13-14. Millie Hill's right foot in the non-volley zone there, just touching the line, toes on the line. The very top of the net tape took that one away from Francis Bowen-Rayner. And now Hill and Fossali will have another game point. And the first game of this last mixed doubles match goes to the tornated pair of Millie Hill and Kevin Fossali. Francis Bowen-Rayner and Mark Eggleton will work on finding ways to overcome the strategy implemented by Hill and Fossali. Both teams making their way off to chat with their sidelines. And the second game will start in a minute's time. Francis Bowen-Rayner with the ball in her hand, ready to serve and start us off in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen, serving to Millie Hill, top left. Great exchange of volleys between all 4 players there. Just finishing off with one into the net from Kevin Fossali. 1-0 STAK. Excellent poaching and dominance from Kevin Fossali there. Moved into the middle of the court, knowing that that shot was unlikely to be controllable. And Millie Hill sends one down the line and takes a bow in the celebration afterwards. And the theme of this match continues. Tight games, 1 point in it. The first 6 points shared evenly between the two sides. A 4-3 advantage for Team Tournated. Millie Hill and Kevin Fossali up. 1 more point. It's level again. And 2 more consecutive side outs. See the score remain incredibly tight. The contrary nature of the scores within the games and the match scores across the fixture really have been astounding. And that one too high for Fossali, drilling it, hitting Mark Eggleton. Apology offered, acknowledged by Eggleton as well. These players know each other well enough. Both STAK players acknowledging to each other that that one should have been left and was on its way out. Millie Hill seeing that ball high, immediately throwing a forehand at it. The ball laser beamed through the middle of Eggleton and Bowen-Rayner. But that one probably had a bit too much on it to be able to control it and make sure it went over the net from Millie Hill. Bowen-Rayner and Eggleton pick up the serve at 6-9. And what a fetch that would have been if Fossali had had it at the second bite. After air-shotting the intended smash, he nearly got back to fetch it at the second time of asking. Fossali calling no on the previous one, and then late calling of no on that last one that was already well out of the court. Probably trying to make his point referring to the previous one. Eggleton with a superb shot there, bending his knees, getting as low as possible to allow that to be an at shoulder height smash down the line past Millie Hill's forehand side. Anguish on the face of Kevin Fossali after that one, too low. And Mark Eggleton puts the bounce right at the feet of the on-rushing Kevin Fossali, picking that one up off of the deck. Very, very challenging. And the score, once again, is level. That one from Millie Hill out the side of the court. And how Mark Eggleton has had to hit 3 shots rather than winning it with one of the first 2 there is a mystery. Millie Hill getting the first 2 back. Outstanding defensive work. But Mark Eggleton able to put the third one away. Good communication between Fossali and Hill. Fossali originally going for it, but then realising it was Hill's to hit. Call of yours. Hill hit it with plenty of time to spare. But Eggleton and Bowen-Rayner took the point and a 13-10 lead. One more point for Bowen-Rayner and Eggleton. We'll see game points for them. But that one has been pinned on Eggleton's arm by Millie Hill. So no game points yet. 11-13. Hill and Fossali to serve. They need to win this one to avoid facing 3 game points. And win it they do. The previous one came off of Eggleton's arm. That one comes off of Francis Bowen-Rayner's arm. And Fossali and Hill have defended 2 of them. So 12-13. And they've grabbed one more. A bit of a run for Hill and Fossali. They were at risk of facing multiple game points, but now they've levelled the score. 13 each. And Hill hits a line drive, but it's just the wrong side of the line on that one. Eggleton turned as if leaving it. And that proved to be a wise decision, although I think had it been going in, reaching it would have been a challenge. And that lob from Francis Bowen-Rayner out the back of the court, called by Fossali, who was stood right over it. Both Mark Eggleton and Francis Bowen-Rayner look perplexed at this one. Views from around the sidelines suggest a verdict of out. And that one called out. Replay inconclusive, shall we say. Well, it must have been called in. And foot fault on the smash from Kevin Fossali there. Unable to keep both of his feet. Stood in the kitchen from the previous shot. Did not get out of the kitchen and reset his feet in order to establish himself and avoid a foot fault on that following volley. It's now 15 apiece. That point going in favour of the STAK pair means that they will serve and have a game point. An opportunity to tie this mixed doubles match up at 1 game apiece. Excellent volley from Kevin Fossali right into the postage stamp, bottom left corner of the court. Nothing Eggleton can do about it, really. He's done well to get a paddle on it, and it's 16 points each. Eggleton and Bowen-Rayner calling that one out. They have 17-16 and will serve and have a game point to tie this one up at 1 game apiece again. And that game point goes begging as well. We're now at 17 each in this second game of the final mixed doubles match. And really, this game going to the wire is indicative of how so much of the fixture has gone. Excellent play from both teams there. Fossali and Hill will now serve 18-17 up, and they'll have a game point.
You have 18, they have 17.
Millie Hill just checking the score with referee Eva Brodzik to make sure that she has an accurate picture. A series of exchanges across the net there, but Bowen-Rayner was hitting the ball from higher than Fossali and Hill throughout.
18-18.
The score has risen high enough that it's challenging the pegboard of referee Eva Brodzik. She's maintained perfect counting of the score all day and continues to do so. And now 19-18 in favour of Bowen-Rayner and Eggleton. Fossali knew he was about to get warned and apologised in advance in a bid to avoid it. Receives the verbal warning from the referee for repeatedly whacking the ball at the net on the loss of that point. Game point Eggleton Bowen-Rayner, 19-18. And on we go, 19 points each. We're running out of scoreboard digits. And Mark Eggleton's left foot drifted into the kitchen zone after that one. Yeah, stood on the line while running across the kitchen line. And for the fifth time, the winners of a rally, while the scores are level, serve and have game point at 20-19. And Fossali and Hill have put that one in. They take that last mixed doubles fixture 2-0, and the Tournated team will feel like some small justice has been repaid after fighting so hard on such narrow margins in so many of those games. 3 of the doubles matches going to 3 and finishing with a gap of 4 or less points in the third as well. Absolutely outstanding play from all concerned, and there's confirmation on your screen that STAK have defeated Tournated 5-1 in this Masters Division fixture here on the opening Saturday of the 4th season of the Premier Pickleball League, powered by the Pickleball Store. It's been a fantastic day of pickleball, and tomorrow we will feature 2 matches from the Premier Division as the 8 teams featuring in the Premier Division take to the courts here at the Bolton Arena. Thank you very much for watching this first day of coverage. We will see you tomorrow.